Welcome to 3 a.m. Static. In the dead of night, the static whispers. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and let the darkness guide you. Tell us where and when you're listening, because at 3 a.m., you're never truly alone.
Story 1. The Shadow of the Mountain. The biting wind howled like a banshee, tearing at exposed skin and clawing at the flimsy fabric of their jackets. Above, the sky was a bruised purple, the setting sun a malevolent eye glaring down at their precarious ascent. Below, the world fell away in a dizzying cascade of rock and shadow, a terrifying reminder of the consequences of a single misstep. This was no leisurely hike. This was a battle against the mountain itself, a test of endurance, skill, and sheer will. Liam, the expedition leader, adjusted his crampons, the metallic click a sharp counterpoint to the wind's roar. He glanced at his team, Maya, her face pale but determined, her breath puffing out in white clouds, Ben, ever the pragmatist, meticulously checking his gear, and Sarah, the youngest, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. They were a well-matched team, each possessing the necessary skills and resilience for this daunting challenge, but even their combined expertise felt insignificant against the sheer immensity of the mountain. The ascent had begun with a sense of buoyant optimism. The early morning sun had warmed their faces, the crisp mountain air invigorating. They joked, shared stories, the shared purpose binding them together. But the higher they climbed, the more the mountain revealed its true nature, a cold, unforgiving behemoth, indifferent to their ambitions. The initial joy had been eroded by the unrelenting climb, replaced by a growing sense of exhaustion and a gnawing fear. The trail, or what remained of it, was treacherous. Loose scree threatened to send them tumbling, while icy patches demanded careful footwork. The wind, a relentless adversary, buffeted them from all sides, threatening to tear them from the mountainside. Each step was a victory, a testament to their determination, but the cumulative effect was relentless, draining their energy and testing their resolve. Hours bled into one another, the only markers of time the setting sun and the relentless climb. The breathtaking views, initially a source of wonder, now felt irrelevant, overshadowed by the immediate struggle for survival. They moved in a silent, almost ritualistic fashion, each focused on their own steps, their own survival. The shared goal, reaching the summit, had become a distant, almost abstract concept. As dusk deepened into night, the temperature plummeted. The wind intensified, now a screaming vortex of icy air, and the fading light concealed new hazards. Crevasses, hidden in the shadows, lurked like gaping maws, promising a swift and brutal end. They moved with agonizing slowness, their every sense strained, their bodies aching, their minds grappling with the weight of their situation. Liam, ever vigilant, noticed a subtle shift in Maya's gait. Her steps had become unsteady, her breathing labored. He knew the symptoms, altitude sickness was setting in. A wave of panic threatened to overwhelm him, the fear of losing a team member adding to the already immense pressure. They huddled together, the small group a fragile island of warmth against the relentless cold. Liam shared his extra supplies, offering Maya water and chocolate, hoping to stave off the effects of the altitude. Ben, ever practical, assessed the situation, deciding that they needed to find shelter as soon as possible. They pushed on, their movements slower now, but driven by a shared sense of urgency. The darkness was absolute, the stars a cold, indifferent audience to their struggle. The mountain, in its silent, unyielding grandeur, seemed to press down on them, a suffocating weight. They navigated the treacherous terrain with the help of their headlamps, the narrow beams cutting through the darkness, revealing a path only momentarily. The air thinned with each upward step, a relentless reminder of their increasing vulnerability. They stumbled upon a small cave, a natural alcove tucked into the mountainside, offering a meager respite from the elements. It was damp and cold, but it offered protection from the wind and a modicum of shelter. They crawled inside, their bodies shivering, their spirits weary. The fire, a small, flickering flame in the vastness of the cave, provided warmth and a small measure of hope. It was a beacon in the darkness, a symbol of resilience against the overwhelming power of the mountain. They huddled around it, sharing stories, offering support, their bond strengthened by the shared adversity. As they rested, the fear began to creep in, no longer the immediate fear of death, but a more insidious fear, the fear of isolation, of being trapped in the unforgiving embrace of the mountain. The silence, broken only by the crackling fire and the wind's mournful whisper, amplified their sense of isolation, intensifying the oppressive weight of their situation. Liam, ever the leader, attempted to maintain a semblance of control, but even he couldn't ignore the creeping dread. The mountain, in its immense power, seemed to possess a malevolent presence, its shadow engulfing them, threatening to consume their hope. The night wore on, an eternity stretched between the moments of flickering firelight and the chilling silence. Sleep offered no escape, only a series of fragmented nightmares, of falling, of being lost, of the mountain itself closing in, crushing them beneath its weight. They emerged from the cave with the first hint of dawn, their bodies weary, their spirits tested, but their resolve unbroken. The ascent continued, their shared experience binding them closer, pushing them onward, towards their seemingly distant, yet so desperately desired goal. The mountain remained a formidable adversary, but they were still in the fight, driven by a shared determination, a fragile hope flickering against the immense shadow of the mountain. The summit remained a distant dream, shrouded in the daunting immensity of the climb yet to come, a terrifyingly beautiful and unforgiving challenge. The first tremor was subtle, a low rumble that vibrated through the ice and snow, almost imperceptible against the wind's relentless howl. Liam, ever vigilant, felt it first, a prickling unease that tightened his chest. He glanced at Maya, her face pale and drawn, the altitude sickness clearly worsening. Ben, his eyes fixed on the mountainside ahead, registered the tremor a moment later, his expression shifting from weary concentration to sharp apprehension. Sarah, huddled close to the fire, remained oblivious, lost in a fragile sleep. Before Liam could voice his concern, a monstrous roar shattered the silence, a sound so profound it seemed to tear at the very fabric of the mountain. The ground beneath them buckled, heaving and groaning like a wounded beast. A monstrous wave of white, a churning torrent of ice and snow, erupted from the mountain's flank, hurtling down towards them with terrifying speed. The avalanche. The initial shock froze them in place, a stunned silence punctuated by the deafening roar of the descending mass. Then, instinct took over, overriding fear with a primal urge for survival. Liam, shouting over the growing cacophony, yelled instructions, his voice barely audible above the thunderous roar. Run! To the rocks! Now! The ground beneath them was a chaotic maelstrom, the solid mountain transforming into a churning sea of snow and ice. They scrambled, their bodies buffeted by the force of the avalanche, the wind ripping at their clothes, the icy debris stinging their faces. The world became a blur of white, a chaotic ballet of death and destruction. They were tossed and tumbled, swept along by the irresistible force of the avalanche, each moment a struggle for survival. Maya, weakened by the altitude sickness, cried out, her voice swallowed by the roaring chaos. Ben, acting swiftly, grabbed her hand, pulling her towards a cluster of jagged rocks that jutted from the snow. Liam, battling the relentless force of the avalanche, fought his way towards them, his body battered and bruised, his lungs burning with exertion. Sarah, awakened by the chaos, struggled to her feet, her eyes wide with terror, her small frame tossed about like a leaf in a storm. The avalanche's force was immense, a crushing weight that threatened to overwhelm them. They were battered against the rocks, their bodies bruised and scraped, their lungs screaming for air. The icy debris, a relentless barrage of snow and ice, pelted them relentlessly, a painful reminder of the mountain's merciless power. Each moment felt like an eternity, a struggle against overwhelming odds, a desperate fight for survival. As the initial force of the avalanche subsided, a terrifying silence descended. The roar diminished to a mournful whisper, replaced by the eerie quiet of a landscape transformed. They were buried, partially submerged in the snow, their bodies numb with cold, their lungs burning, their limbs aching. The silence, however, was more terrifying than the roar, a chilling reminder of their precarious situation. Liam, his head half buried in the snow, struggled to move, his body heavy, his muscles screaming in protest. He felt a sharp pain in his leg, a searing agony that sent a jolt of fear through him. He pushed himself upwards, struggling to free himself from the icy grip of the avalanche. The world around him was a chaotic jumble of snow and ice, a landscape transformed by the destructive force of nature. He saw Ben, partially buried, his face pale but determined, struggling to free Maya from the snow. Sarah, miraculously unscathed, was frantically digging at the snow, her small hands working tirelessly to clear a path. The sense of shared purpose, the strength forged in the crucible of adversity, was their lifeline, their only hope in this desolate, snow-covered wasteland. They worked together, a team bound by the shared experience of near death, each member contributing their skills and strength to overcome the seemingly insurmountable odds. Ben, using his ice axe, chipped away at the ice and snow, while Liam and Sarah dug with their bare hands, their fingers growing numb with the cold, their bodies aching with exhaustion. They pulled each other out, each rescue a small victory in their desperate fight for survival. Once they were all free, they assessed their injuries. Maya's altitude sickness had worsened, her breathing shallow and labored. Liam's leg was injured, a deep gash bleeding freely. Ben's arm was twisted, and Sarah had numerous bruises and scrapes. Yet, despite their injuries, a sense of relief washed over them, a gratitude for their survival that transcended the pain and exhaustion. The landscape surrounding them was a stark reminder of the avalanche's devastating power. The mountainside was scarred, the snow-covered terrain transformed into a chaotic jumble of ice and debris. They were surrounded by the debris of the avalanche, a stark reminder of their near escape. Their initial optimism had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of vulnerability. The mountain, once a challenge, now felt like a vengeful deity, its immense power a stark demonstration of nature's unforgiving nature. The climb was far from over, but the shadow of the mountain now loomed larger, more menacing, more filled with a chilling, silent threat. Their journey to the summit had become a desperate race against the mountain, against time, against the lingering threat of further avalanches, against the ever-present fear of the mountain's dark and unforgiving embrace. The thin air, the biting wind, the lingering ache in their bodies, these were mere inconveniences compared to the ever-present fear of the mountain. They huddled together, the small fire a feeble defense against the cold, the harsh reality of their situation a heavy weight on their spirits. The summit was a distant, uncertain goal, shrouded in the ever-present shadow of the mountain, a relentless reminder of the unpredictable and dangerous nature of their climb. Their survival was a victory, but the mountain's relentless challenge continued, testing their limits and their resolve, each step a testament to their courage, a defiant act against the terrifying power of nature's fury. The night stretched ahead, long and perilous, filled with the haunting whispers of the wind and the constant vigilance required to survive in this unforgiving realm. The mountain remained a formidable adversary, indifferent to their suffering, its shadow forever looming, a testament to the immense power and terrifying beauty of the wilderness. The initial euphoria of survival was short-lived. The silence that followed the avalanche was more terrifying than the roar itself, a stark, chilling emptiness that amplified the throbbing pain in their bodies. The world, once a vibrant landscape of snow and ice, had become a chaotic jumble of debris, a testament to the mountain's raw power. They were trapped, their escape route obliterated, the summit now seeming impossibly far. Liam, despite the adrenaline fading, felt the full force of his leg injury. The pain was sharp, searing, a constant reminder of his vulnerability. He examined it cautiously, the light from the small fire revealing a deep gash, bleeding steadily, the snow clinging to the ragged edges. The cold numbed the pain somewhat, but the underlying agony was relentless. He knew he needed medical attention, something utterly impossible in their current situation. Maya, pale and trembling, coughed violently, her breathing ragged and shallow. The altitude sickness, exacerbated by the trauma of the avalanche, had left her weak and gasping for air. Her lips were blue, her skin clammy, and her eyes held a vacant terror. Ben, despite his twisted arm, was tending to her, his face etched with worry. He had attempted to splint the arm with sticks and his own belt, but the pain was evident in his clenched jaw. Sarah, remarkably unscathed except for a collection of bruises and scrapes, was the picture of frantic energy. Her small hands worked tirelessly, gathering firewood, stirring the meager flames, and tending to their meager supplies. She moved with an almost desperate efficiency, fueled by a combination of adrenaline and fear. The fire, their sole source of warmth and hope, was barely holding its own against the relentless cold. The wind howled around them, a mournful dirge that seemed to amplify their isolation. The separation had occurred during the chaotic descent of the avalanche. Liam remembered a moment of jarring impact, a feeling of being wrenched away from the others, the world dissolving into a maelstrom of snow and ice. When the initial chaos subsided, he found himself alone, half-buried, disoriented, and utterly alone. The mountain, once a challenge, had become a brutal adversary. The realization of their separation brought a fresh wave of fear. Alone, their chances of survival dwindled drastically. The injuries, already a significant burden, now multiplied the danger. Liam knew he couldn't climb the mountain in his current condition. The leg injury was too severe. Even if he could, the thought of navigating the treacherous terrain alone, with the risk of further avalanches and the ever-present threat of hypothermia, was terrifying. He struggled to his feet, his leg protesting with a sharp, stabbing pain. He took a tentative step, then another, each movement a painful reminder of his injury. He had to find the others. He had to. Their survival depended on it. He stumbled through the debris field, the landscape a confusing jumble of ice and snow. The night was closing in, the darkness rapidly swallowing the landscape, making the already difficult terrain even more treacherous. The cold bit at him, penetrating his layers of clothing, and the wind whipped around him, a constant, chilling reminder of his vulnerability. After what felt like an eternity, he stumbled upon Ben and Maya huddled together, their small fire a flickering ember against the encroaching darkness. Relief washed over him, but the sight of Maya's weakened state renewed his sense of urgency. He joined them, the warmth of the fire a welcome relief, but the cold had already begun to seep into his bones. Ben explained that Sarah had been separated during the avalanche as well, and had managed to make her way to a slightly sheltered area some distance away. She managed to build a small fire there using kindling she had collected, and was relatively fine, awaiting their return. The night was long and arduous, a battle against the cold, the pain, and the overwhelming sense of isolation. The injuries, once mere inconveniences, had become a constant source of suffering. Liam's leg throbbed relentlessly, Maya's labored breathing was a constant source of anxiety, and Ben's arm, stiff and painful, was a testament to their ordeal. Despite their suffering, they shared stories, memories, and hopes, drawing strength from each other in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds. As dawn approached, a sliver of hope pierced the darkness. The sun, weak and pale, cast a feeble light on the snow-covered landscape. Liam, with Ben's support, managed to fashion a crude splint for his leg, using branches and his remaining gear. He knew it was inadequate, but it would offer some stability. The challenge was far from over. They were injured, separated, and the mountain remained a formidable foe. But the shared experience of near death, the bond forged in the crucible of adversity, gave them the courage to continue. The climb to the summit was a distant dream, but their immediate goal, a struggle for survival, was clear. They had faced the mountain's wrath and lived to tell the tale, but the story was far from over. The mountain's shadow still loomed large, a constant reminder of the perilous journey that lay ahead, a testament to the unpredictable and brutal nature of the wilderness. Each step, each breath, a testament to their courage and endurance in the face of overwhelming odds. Their journey to survival had just begun. The sun, a pale disk in the vast expanse of the sky, offered little warmth as Liam, Ben, and Maya cautiously made their way through the debris field. The avalanche had carved a chaotic path through the landscape, leaving behind a treacherous maze of ice, snow, and broken rock. Each step was a calculated risk, a careful assessment of the terrain, a desperate hope that the ground beneath their feet would hold. Liam's makeshift splint offered minimal support, the pain a constant, nagging companion. Maya's breathing remained shallow, her coughs frequent and rattling, a chilling reminder of her deteriorating condition. Ben, his arm throbbing, moved with a slow, deliberate caution. The silence, broken only by the occasional groan of shifting ice and the mournful whistle of the wind, was thick with an unsettling tension. As they moved, a peculiar sense of unease began to settle over them. It wasn't the cold, nor the pain, nor even the daunting task of finding Sarah. It was something more insidious, a creeping feeling of being watched, of being observed by something unseen. Liam felt a prickling sensation on the back of his neck, a sense of being followed, even though there was nothing visible. He glanced back, scanning the desolate landscape, but saw nothing except the endless expanse of snow and ice. Later that morning, as they navigated a particularly treacherous section of the debris field, a rock tumbled down the slope ahead of them, narrowly missing Maya. The sound was sharp, echoing through the stillness, and it shook them. It wasn't the natural shifting of rocks and ice that they had come to expect. It was deliberate, almost as if someone, or something, had purposefully dislodged it. The hairs on the back of Liam's neck stood on end. Ben and Maya exchanged wide-eyed glances, a shared understanding of the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Their unease grew with each passing hour. They began to notice other strange occurrences. Footprints, deep and impossibly large, appeared in the fresh snow, leading nowhere. They were not the tracks of any animal Liam had ever seen, nor were they human. The impressions were disturbingly large, their shape almost alien, unsettling in their profound otherness. The tracks wound their way through the landscape, vanishing without a trace near a cluster of oddly shaped ice formations that seemed almost deliberately sculpted. As dusk descended, painting the sky with hues of purple and gray, a strange, ethereal glow emanated from within the icy formations. It pulsed faintly, casting eerie shadows across the snow-covered ground. It was a ghostly light, otherworldly and unsettling. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through their exhaustion and pain. They instinctively huddled closer to each other, seeking warmth and comfort in their shared fear. The night was filled with unsettling sounds. Whispers that seemed to come from nowhere, rustling in the wind, the distinct sound of something slithering through the snow. These sounds, combined with the unnatural glow and the strange footprints, created an atmosphere of palpable dread. The mountain itself seemed to be alive, breathing with a sinister energy, a palpable sense of malevolent consciousness. The cold intensified, biting at their exposed skin, seeping into their bones. But it was not just the physical cold, it was a chilling coldness that seemed to emanate from the mountain itself, a pervasive aura of dread that permeated everything. The wind howled around them, a mournful dirge that seemed to whisper secrets of long-forgotten horrors. The next morning, as the first rays of the weak sun touched the snow-covered peaks, they discovered more evidence of the supernatural presence. Strange symbols, etched into the ice, were unlike anything they had ever encountered. They resembled runes, ancient and alien, glowing faintly with the same ethereal light that had emanated from the ice formations the night before. The symbols were disturbing, powerful in their cryptic simplicity. They seemed to pulse with a strange, unnatural energy. As they followed the tracks further, they stumbled upon a cave hidden beneath a massive overhang of ice. The cave was shrouded in shadow, its entrance hidden from sight until they were practically upon it. A chilling aura permeated the air around the cave entrance, a cold that went beyond the natural chill of the mountain. Inside the cave, they found a series of strange carvings on the cave walls. These were unlike the symbols on the ice, more primitive, yet more disturbing. They depicted grotesque figures, seemingly human but twisted and distorted, engaged in rituals that suggested a dark and ancient worship. The figures were surrounded by symbols that resembled the ones they had seen etched into the ice, confirming that the presence they were experiencing was not merely a figment of their imaginations, fueled by exhaustion and fear. A deep sense of unease enveloped them. The mountain, once a challenge, now felt like a malevolent entity, actively working against them. Their struggle for survival had transformed into a desperate fight for their very souls. The physical ordeal, already immense, was now compounded by the psychological terror of the unseen. The injuries, the cold, the hunger, all paled in comparison to the terrifying presence that seemed to lurk in the shadows of the mountain, the very essence of the mountain itself. The discovery of the cave and its chilling contents intensified their sense of isolation and helplessness. They were not only battling the elements and their injuries, but were facing a force that defied their understanding. The mountain was not just a formidable physical obstacle, it was a place of ancient evil, a place where the line between the natural and supernatural blurred, where the forces of nature seemed to be intertwined with an ancient and malevolent presence. The chilling realization dawned on them that they were not just fighting for survival, they were fighting for their souls. The mountain, once a symbol of challenge and adventure, now loomed as a monstrous entity, a dark and ancient power that sought to consume them, to claim their very being as a sacrifice to its malevolent will. The physical struggle was hard, but the psychological torment was even harder to bear. Their struggle was no longer just a matter of survival, it was a confrontation with the primeval darkness of the mountains itself. They continued to make their way through the treacherous terrain, the weight of their discovery pressing heavily upon them. The fear was palpable, a heavy cloak that enveloped them, but they persevered, driven by a shared determination to not only survive the elements, but to escape the clutches of the mountain's ancient evil. The path forward was uncertain, fraught with peril and the chilling unknown, but the fight for their lives, and their souls, continued. The shadow of the mountain, both literal and metaphorical, hung heavy over them, a constant, chilling reminder of the supernatural horrors that lurked within its icy heart. The very air seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy, a testament to the ancient evil that was now a part of their nightmare. They were alone, injured, and facing not only the physical challenges of the mountain but also an unseen, malevolent force, a battle for survival that was far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The air grew heavy, thick with a silence that felt more oppressive than the howling wind of the previous night. The ethereal glow emanating from the ice formations had vanished, leaving behind only the stark, unforgiving landscape. Yet, the unsettling feeling of being watched remained, intensified by the unnatural stillness. They pressed on, following the impossibly large footprints, their hearts pounding in their chests like trapped birds. The tracks led them to a narrow crevice in the ice, barely visible against the blinding white expanse. Hesitantly, Liam squeezed through the opening, Ben and Maya close behind. The passage was claustrophobic, the ice walls pressing in on them, the air thick with a chilling dampness. The scent of something ancient and decaying hung in the air, a smell that burrowed into their nostrils and clung to the back of their throats. The passage opened into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in the shadows far above. Torches, fashioned from scraps of wood and salvaged fabric, cast flickering light on the cavern walls, revealing bizarre rock formations that seemed almost organic, like petrified trees twisted into grotesque shapes by some unseen force. The floor was uneven, covered in a layer of glistening ice that threatened to send them tumbling into the abyss. As they moved deeper into the cavern, the temperature plummeted. It was a cold that went beyond the natural chill of the mountain, a cold that seeped into their bones, chilling them to the very marrow. They huddled closer together, seeking warmth and comfort in each other's presence, but even their combined body heat couldn't dispel the bone-deep coldness. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the cavern, a low, guttural growl that vibrated through the ice floor and into their very being. It was a sound that spoke of immense power, of ancient evil unleashed. Liam, Ben, and Maya froze, their bodies rigid with terror. The sound was followed by a scraping, slithering noise, the sound of something immense moving through the darkness. The torchlight flickered, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes in the shadows at the far end of the cavern. The eyes were enormous, burning with an unearthly light, and they seemed to pierce through the darkness, directly into their souls. The eyes were fixed on them, unnervingly intense, and they seemed to grow larger, closer, as they watched. The guttural growls intensified, growing louder and closer. The creature's presence was immense, palpable. Fear, raw and primal, choked them. They stumbled back, their bodies trembling, trying desperately to escape the terrifying gaze of the unseen entity. The cavern seemed to close in on them, the walls pressing in, trapping them in a nightmare of their own making. They turned and fled, stumbling over the uneven ice, their torches casting wild, dancing shadows on the walls. The growls pursued them, a relentless, terrifying symphony of dread. The scraping and slithering sounds intensified. The creature was fast approaching, relentless in its pursuit. The sense of desperate pursuit was almost palpable. The weight of their doom hung over them like a physical weight, suffocating and relentless. Their escape felt more like a desperate, frantic scramble. Their fear was only amplified in the echoing, claustrophobic space. Every turn, every stumble, felt like a step closer to an inevitable end. Every shadow seemed to writhe and shift, morphing into grotesque shapes as the flickering torchlight played tricks on their weary eyes. The air was thick with the scent of decay and death, and the growls intensified, the unseen entity's terrifying presence palpable. They reached the narrow crevice, scrambling through the icy passage, their bodies bruised and battered, their minds reeling from the terror of the encounter. The passage seemed to narrow, the ice walls seemingly closing in on them, turning the struggle for escape into a nightmarish ordeal. The relentless growls continued to echo, intensifying, as if the entity was right behind them, hot on their heels. They burst out into the blinding white expanse of the mountain, collapsing onto the snow, gasping for breath, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The cavern, the creature, and the terrifying experience lingered in their minds, casting a long shadow over their already harrowing journey. The horrifying image of those glowing red eyes remained etched in their minds, a chilling reminder of their close encounter with something beyond their comprehension. They had survived, yet the memory of the encounter was a deeply engraved scar, a symbol of a terror that transcended their physical pain. They continued their journey, but the memory of the cavern and the creature altered their experience, coloring every step, every shadow, every sound. The mountain, once a challenge, now felt like a sinister entity, a place imbued with a malevolent power. The seemingly inanimate world was alive with potential dangers. The wind whispered secrets of ancient evil. Their struggle was not merely against the elements, but against the dark heart of the mountain itself. Their progress was slow and arduous. The injuries hampered them, their bodies strained and depleted from the combined effects of the cold, exhaustion, and terror. The vastness of the mountain, once a symbol of adventure, now seemed to stretch into an unending expanse of desolate wilderness. Days bled into nights, each morning bringing a fresh wave of exhaustion and renewed dread. The strange symbols, etched into the ice, appeared more frequently, seeming to guide their path, or perhaps taunt them. Their fear and exhaustion grew hand in hand, making the simplest of tasks feel like insurmountable obstacles. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they stumbled upon a faint trail leading down the mountain. The relief was immense, overwhelming. But the experience had irrevocably changed them. The memories haunted them, lingering shadows of their ordeal. The line between reality and the supernatural had blurred, leaving them questioning what they had truly experienced. They descended the mountain, each step a testament to their survival. But the victory felt hollow, tinged with the lingering chill of the cavern and the unsettling memory of the glowing red eyes. They had escaped the mountain's clutches, but the true cost of their survival was a haunting that promised to last a lifetime. They were safe, but they could never truly be free. The mountain, and the memory of their terrifying experience, would forever reside in the depths of their minds. The ambiguous nature of what they encountered left a pervasive sense of unease, forever intertwining their fates with the ancient evil they had faced in the heart of the mountain. The darkness they escaped left an indelible mark, altering their perception of the world forever. Their fight for survival had ended, but their internal struggle with the shadows of the mountain had just begun. Story 2: The Beast of Blackwood Forest. The rusted sign creaked ominously in the wind, its faded lettering barely visible. Blackwood Forest, enter at your own risk. Liam, Maya, and Ben exchanged uneasy glances. They'd heard the legends, the whispered warnings from locals about the forest's malevolent heart, stories of disappearances and unsettling encounters that chilled you to the bone. But they were seasoned hikers, experienced in navigating challenging terrain. They considered themselves prepared. Or so they thought. The initial steps into Blackwood felt deceptively ordinary. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. Birdsong filled the air, a temporary balm against the apprehension that clung to them like a shroud. But the deceptive serenity was short-lived. As they ventured deeper, the atmosphere shifted subtly, imperceptibly at first, then with a growing, undeniable dread. The trees grew taller, their branches intertwining to create a dense, almost impenetrable ceiling. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick foliage, casting the forest in an unsettling twilight, even on this bright afternoon. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a smell both earthy and strangely unsettling. An unnatural silence descended, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig underfoot, each sound amplified in the oppressive stillness. The birdsong vanished entirely, replaced by an unnerving quiet that pressed upon their ears, a silence that spoke of something far more sinister than the absence of sound. They moved deeper into the woods, their initial confidence steadily eroding. The trail, once well-defined, became increasingly indistinct, disappearing altogether at times, forcing them to bushwhack through dense undergrowth. Thorns snagged at their clothes, leaving scratches on their skin, minor injuries that felt like a premonition of greater dangers to come. The trees themselves seemed to lean in, their gnarled branches like skeletal arms reaching out to grasp at them, their shadows lengthening and distorting with the dwindling light. A sense of being watched intensified. They couldn't shake the feeling that unseen eyes followed their every move, lurking in the shadows between the trees, peering from behind the dense undergrowth. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through them, their senses heightened to a fever pitch. Their imaginations, fueled by fear and the unsettling atmosphere, conjured terrifying shapes in the gloom, transforming inanimate objects into monstrous figures. As dusk settled, the forest transformed into a different realm altogether. The shadows deepened, swallowing the last vestiges of daylight. The silence became profound, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the trees, a sound that seemed to carry whispers of forgotten tragedies and untold horrors. The air grew colder, a chill that seeped into their bones, a coldness that went beyond the natural drop in temperature. It was a chilling reminder that the forest was not just a place, but a sentient entity, something ancient and malevolent. They built a fire, the flames casting a flickering, dancing light on their faces, illuminating the fear etched in their eyes. The fire offered a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness, a small island of warmth and security in a sea of creeping shadows. But the fire only seemed to accentuate the oppressive darkness surrounding them, highlighting the vastness of the unknown that lay just beyond its flickering light. Around the fire, they shared stories, tales of Blackwood's dark history, tales of people who had vanished within its borders, never to be seen again. These stories, initially intended to distract them from their fear, only heightened their unease. Each tale added to the building suspense, weaving a tapestry of dread that wrapped around them, tightening its grip with every passing moment. Liam, attempting to maintain a semblance of composure, pointed out the unusual shape of the trees, their twisting, gnarled forms, their branches reaching out in unnatural angles. They spoke of a sense of unnaturalness, a feeling that the forest itself was alive, malevolent, watching them with ancient, knowing eyes. Maya, always the more sensitive of the three, confessed that she felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that was almost physical. She described a feeling of being watched, the sensation that something was moving in the undergrowth, observing them from the shadows, patiently waiting. She could almost feel a palpable sense of malice in the air. Ben, attempting to provide reassurance, spoke of their preparedness, their experience in the wilderness. But even his voice held a tremor, betraying the fear that gripped them all. The rational explanations felt weak and hollow in the face of the overwhelming sense of unease. The night pressed on, the fire slowly dying down, their fears growing with each passing moment. A sudden cracking sound echoed through the forest, followed by another, and another, a series of snaps and rustles that were too regular, too rhythmic, to be mere animals. They froze, their hearts pounding in their chests, their eyes wide with apprehension. The sounds grew closer, moving through the undergrowth, creeping towards their fragile sanctuary. The darkness that surrounded them seemed to pulse, a living entity breathing around them. The air itself felt heavy with anticipation, thick with an unspoken horror, as if something vast and terrible was preparing to reveal itself. They braced themselves, each of them grappling with the most primitive fear, the fear of the unknown. The forest was no longer a landscape but a predator, an ancient entity with a dark history waiting to reclaim its victims. The night in Blackwood was only just beginning, and it was far from over. Their survival now depended not only on their skills and experience, but also on their ability to confront the horrors that lurked within the heart of the forest, a darkness that threatened to consume them all. Their adventure had become a fight for survival, and the true beast of Blackwood Forest was yet to reveal itself. The rhythmic snapping continued, growing closer, a relentless percussion in the suffocating silence. It wasn't the casual crackle of twigs under the weight of a deer or the scuttling of small animals. This was deliberate, methodical, a deliberate approach. Liam, his hand instinctively reaching for the hunting knife strapped to his thigh, whispered, "What is that?" Maya, her face pale in the firelight, shook her head, her voice barely audible. I don't know. But it's close." A low growl, guttural and deep, resonated through the trees, a sound that seemed to vibrate in their very bones. It wasn't the growl of a wolf or a bear. It possessed a different quality, a resonance of something ancient and profoundly unsettling. Ben, his usually boisterous confidence shattered, swallowed hard. He was a seasoned outdoorsman, but nothing in his experience had prepared him for this. The sounds intensified, accompanied by a rustling in the undergrowth, a sound like something large and heavy moving through the dense vegetation. The shadows around them seemed to writhe, dancing and shifting in ways that defied explanation. They were no longer just shadows, they seemed to have a life of their own, swirling and coalescing into shapes that were both terrifying and undefined. Then, a pair of eyes appeared at the edge of the firelight. 2 points of luminous green, piercing the darkness, intense and unwavering. They were too large, too intelligent, and fixed upon them with unnerving focus. The eyes belonged to something unseen, something lurking in the shadows, something that watched them with an unnerving patience. The creature didn't move, remaining still, its presence felt more than seen. The stillness only served to increase the growing tension. A low moan, similar to the growl but softer, more mournful, emanated from the darkness. It sent a fresh wave of icy dread through the trio. They were certain that whatever was watching them was immense, something far larger than any animal they had ever encountered. The feeling of being watched was no longer a suspicion but a certainty, a cold, heavy weight pressing down on them, suffocating them. The air itself seemed to vibrate with its presence. Suddenly, the branches above them creaked ominously, and a shadow, vast and distorted, passed overhead. They could feel the ground tremble beneath them, a subtle vibration that spoke of immense weight and power. The shadow moved through the forest, its movement slow and deliberate. The sound of snapping branches continued, now accompanied by a deep, scraping sound, as if something colossal was dragging itself through the undergrowth. Liam, summoning his courage, grabbed a branch from the fire, brandishing it like a weapon. "We need to get out of here," he whispered, his voice strained. But escape seemed impossible. The forest was closing in on them, the darkness tightening its grip. They attempted to flee, stumbling through the undergrowth, their movements hindered by the dense vegetation. The snapping and scraping sounds pursued them, relentlessly drawing nearer. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sounded like the footsteps of their pursuer, amplified by their own terror. They reached a clearing, hoping for a moment of respite, but the clearing was far from empty. Giant footprints, far too large for any known animal, marred the ground, leading away into the deeper darkness. The prints were deep and muddy, suggesting an immense weight, and the sheer size of them sent a fresh wave of fear through them. As they examined the prints, a blood-curdling shriek shattered the night. It was a sound of pure agony, raw and piercing, followed by a series of guttural snarls. The sound seemed to originate from deep within the forest, a location far beyond the clearing. The sounds continued, closer and closer, growing louder and more frenzied. The air crackled with a palpable energy. The forest itself seemed to be alive, pulsating with an unseen power. The trees swayed violently, their branches thrashing in the windless night, as if reacting to an unseen force. The scent of decay and damp earth intensified, overwhelming them, suffocating them. They ran again, fueled by pure adrenaline, stumbling and falling, their clothes ripped and torn by the thorny undergrowth. The sounds pursued them relentlessly, closing in, their pursuers seemingly gaining ground. They encountered a narrow gorge, its sides steep and treacherous, the bottom a dark abyss. They had no choice but to risk the descent, hoping that it might offer a path of escape. But as they reached the bottom, their path was blocked by a towering form, its silhouette barely discernible in the shadows. It was immense, colossal, far exceeding the size of anything they could have imagined. Its form was vaguely humanoid, but twisted and distorted, its limbs elongated and unnatural. Its eyes burned with malevolent green light. The beast of Blackwood Forest had finally revealed itself. The air thrummed with the raw power of its presence, the ground trembling beneath the weight of its colossal form. Liam raised his makeshift weapon, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm in his chest. Maya and Ben huddled behind him, their faces etched with terror. They were hopelessly outnumbered, outmatched, trapped in the heart of the beast's domain. The beast let out a deafening roar, the sound shaking the very foundations of the forest. It advanced towards them, its movements slow and deliberate, yet brimming with terrifying power. They knew, in that moment, that their chances of survival were slim. The night in Blackwood Forest was far from over, and the beast was hungry. The beast unleashed a guttural cry, shaking the very earth, as it loomed over them. They braced themselves for the inevitable, the primal fear of death clinging to them like a suffocating shroud. The darkness closed in, swallowing them whole. The forest, with its ancient secrets and terrifying inhabitants, reclaimed its victims. The sounds of their struggle were swallowed by the vastness of the night, the screams lost in the rustling leaves and echoing through the hollow heart of Blackwood Forest. The beast, satisfied, receded into the shadows, leaving behind only the chilling silence and the lingering scent of fear. The chilling silence spoke volumes, the terrifying tale of what Blackwood Forest held within its shadowy embrace, its eternal secrets buried under fallen leaves and ancient trees. The encounter served as a chilling reminder of nature's raw, primal power, its ancient heart forever beating with dark and terrifying rhythms. The beast of Blackwood Forest, a legend whispered in hushed tones, was a very real terror. The chilling silence that followed the beast's retreat was almost more terrifying than the creature itself. Liam, Maya, and Ben remained huddled together, their breaths ragged, their bodies trembling. The adrenaline that had fueled their desperate flight was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion and a paralyzing fear. The darkness of Blackwood Forest seemed to press in on them, suffocating them with its oppressive weight. Slowly, tentatively, Liam reached for his knife, its cold steel a small comfort in the overwhelming terror. He ran a trembling hand over the blade, feeling its sharp edge, a tangible reminder of their vulnerability. He glanced at Maya and Ben, their faces illuminated by the pale moonlight filtering through the dense canopy. Their eyes reflected the same primal fear, a shared understanding of their near-death experience. We need to talk," Liam finally managed, his voice barely a whisper. The words felt strange and brittle, caught in the heavy atmosphere. Ben nodded, his gaze fixed on the giant footprints still imprinted in the mud. That was no bear. No wolf. Nothing I've ever seen. His voice was rough, filled with a raw emotion that belied his usual bravado. He looked around, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. Maya, her voice trembling, spoke. I heard stories. Back in the village. Tales of a beast. Something that lives in the heart of the forest. Liam frowned. Legends. Old wives' tales to scare children. He wanted to believe that, to dismiss the horrifying reality they had just faced. But the evidence was undeniable. The massive footprints, the unearthly sounds, the creature's overwhelming presence, all pointed to something far beyond the realm of myth and legend. But the stories, they spoke of a creature unlike anything else, Maya insisted, her voice growing stronger, fueled by a newfound resolve. They called it the grotesque. A being born of the forest itself, fed by the darkness, its form twisted and monstrous. As Maya spoke, Liam recalled fragments of those very stories, whispers he had dismissed as folklore. Tales of a beast whose roars could shake the very foundations of the forest, a creature that dwelled in the deepest, darkest parts of Blackwood, preying on those foolish enough to venture too far into its domain. Stories of those who had disappeared into the forest, never to be seen again, their fate left only to the whispers and the shadows. Suddenly, those whispers felt chillingly real. Ben, a practical man who relied on logic and reason, found himself struggling to reconcile the reality of their experience with his ingrained skepticism. Even if there's some truth to these stories, he said, his voice edged with doubt, How could something so monstrous exist? The question hung in the air, unanswered. The darkness of the forest seemed to deepen, mirroring the growing chasm of doubt that was opening up within their group. Their shared experience had not brought them closer, but had rather exposed a growing division between those who believed in the legend and those who refused to accept it. The debate continued, fueled by fear and uncertainty. Liam, clinging to his rational mind, argued against the existence of such a creature. He insisted that it was a product of their fear, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and stress. He tried to convince them that it had been a bear, or a wolf, or some other large animal distorted by the darkness and their overactive imaginations. However, Maya, spurred by a strange mixture of fear and fascination, remained steadfast in her belief. She recalled details from the village legends, the creature's glowing green eyes, its unnatural size, its guttural roars that shook the very ground, its uncanny ability to blend with the shadows of the forest, making it almost invisible. She had dismissed the stories as mere superstition before, but now she could scarcely dismiss the truth staring her in the face in the form of those colossal footprints. Ben, caught between these two opposing views, found himself increasingly unsettled. The rational part of his mind fought to deny the existence of a monstrous beast, yet the overwhelming evidence of their encounter, the tracks, the roars, the creature itself, gnawed at his sanity. He felt a rising dread, a growing unease that seeped into his very bones. The reality was far more terrifying than any legend he had ever heard. Their arguments, fueled by fear and exhaustion, added another layer of tension to the already suffocating atmosphere. The silence of the forest was broken only by their strained voices, their words like fragile echoes bouncing off the ancient trees, the sounds of their conflict as unsettling as the beast's roars. The growing discord threatened to unravel their already fragile sense of unity. As the night wore on, the tension between them intensified. The forest, with its ancient secrets and terrifying inhabitants, seemed to be feeding on their disharmony, amplifying their fear and suspicion. Their shared trauma had cracked their bond, turning their mutual fear into mutual distrust. They continued their journey through the forest, the darkness a tangible presence that threatened to engulf them. The tension between them grew with each passing moment, their arguments becoming sharper, more desperate. Each rustle of leaves, each snap of a twig, fueled their paranoia, reinforcing their individual fears. The forest, with its oppressive silence and its eerie stillness, seemed to conspire against them. The legend of the grotesque, once a mere story, now loomed large in their minds, casting long shadows on their already precarious situation. It was not just a physical threat they faced, it was also a psychological one, born of their internal conflict, their fractured bonds, and the oppressive weight of the forest's ancient mystery. As they stumbled through the darkness, the fear of the beast was overshadowed by the fear that their internal struggle could be as deadly as any physical threat. Their journey through the forest was no longer simply about survival, it became a desperate battle against not only the creature but also against their own doubts, fears, and the unraveling of their fragile camaraderie. The night in Blackwood Forest was far from over, and the shadows held not only the threat of a monstrous beast, but the deeper, more insidious threat of their own fractured spirits. The legend had become reality, but so too had the harsh reality of their own humanity, their failings, their vulnerability, and their growing despair. The forest, it seemed, tested not just their physical resilience but their mental fortitude, their ability to withstand the gnawing power of fear and doubt. And the darkness held more than one terrifying presence. The darkness of Blackwood Forest, thick and oppressive, pressed down on them like a physical weight. Each step they took was a struggle against the thorny undergrowth and the ever-present sense of being watched. Their exhaustion was profound, their bodies aching, their spirits broken by the recent terror. The memory of the grotesque's glowing eyes, the raw power of its presence, haunted their every move. The legend, once a whispered tale, had become a living nightmare. And as they continued their desperate flight, they found themselves grappling not only with the very real threat of the beast, but also with the equally terrifying reality of their own internal divisions. The forest, in its ancient wisdom, had tested them, pushing them to the very limits of their physical and mental endurance. Their journey had become a chilling tale of survival, not just against a monstrous predator, but also against the destructive power of fear, doubt, and the fracturing of their own humanity. The night was far from over, and the forest held secrets far more terrible than any legend whispered in its depths. The air grew colder, a palpable shift in the atmosphere that preceded the renewed terror. The oppressive silence, broken only by the frantic thumping of their hearts, was shattered by a sound that resonated deep within their bones, a guttural growl, low and menacing, that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. It was a sound that spoke of primal savagery, of ancient hatred, a sound that froze the blood in their veins. Liam stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him. The rationalizations, the desperate attempts to explain away their experience as a hallucination or a misidentification, crumbled in the face of this undeniable reality. The beast was real. The legend was true. Maya, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and a strange, morbid fascination, pointed towards a clearing ahead. There, silhouetted against the moonlight, stood the creature. It was larger than any bear, any wolf, anything they could have ever imagined. Its form was grotesque, a twisted parody of nature itself, a horrifying amalgamation of flesh and shadow. Thick, matted fur covered its massive frame, obscuring the contours of its body, but glimpses of sinew and bone hinted at an unnatural anatomy, a creature sculpted from nightmare itself. Its limbs were disproportionate, its movements jerky and unsettling, like a puppet controlled by some unseen puppeteer. But it was the eyes that truly stole their breath, and instilled a primal fear that transcended mere survival. They glowed with an unnatural green luminescence, eyes that seemed to pierce the darkness, to see straight into their souls, understanding their fear, their desperation, their very humanity. They were ancient, knowing eyes that had witnessed untold horrors, eyes that held the chilling wisdom of the forest itself. Ben, his face pale and drawn, let out a choked gasp. His pragmatic mind, usually his anchor in moments of crisis, abandoned him. The beast, its very existence a denial of all he believed, shattered his carefully constructed world, leaving only raw, unadulterated terror. The creature advanced, its gait slow and deliberate, each step shaking the ground beneath their feet. The sound of its approach was a symphony of snapping twigs and rustling leaves, a grim prelude to the inevitable confrontation. The air around it seemed to crackle with an unseen energy, a malevolent aura that sent shivers down their spines. Liam, spurred by a desperate surge of adrenaline, grabbed his knife, the cold steel a meager defense against the sheer monstrousness of the creature. He knew it was futile, a gesture born more of defiance than of hope, yet he couldn't simply stand there, paralyzed by fear. He had to fight. He had to protect Maya and Ben. Maya, despite her fear, found a surprising surge of strength. She had always dismissed the legends of Blackwood Forest, but now, facing the reality of the grotesque, she understood the primal fear that had gripped the villagers for generations. She pulled out a small, worn hunting knife from her backpack, its blade gleaming faintly in the moonlight. She knew her knife was no match for the beast's size, but it represented her defiance, her willingness to fight for survival. Ben, his rationality crumbling, searched his backpack, his hands shaking uncontrollably. He found a heavy, sturdy hiking stick. It was hardly a weapon against such a creature, yet it was all he had, all he could offer in this desperate fight. The three of them, armed with nothing but courage and desperation, prepared to face the monstrous inhabitant of Blackwood Forest. The grotesque stopped, its glowing eyes fixated on them, and a low growl reverberated through the forest. It seemed to be assessing them, sizing up its prey before delivering the final blow. The silence that followed was heavier, more suffocating than ever before, pregnant with the promise of violence. The moonlight played tricks on their eyes, twisting the creature's silhouette, making it seem to shift and change, to become even more monstrous with every passing second. Its shadow stretched long and distorted, engulfing them in an icy embrace of fear. The attack came swiftly, a blur of motion that defied their attempts to anticipate it. The grotesque lunged, its massive claws outstretched, tearing through the undergrowth like it was nothing more than straw. Liam reacted instantly, thrusting his knife towards the creature's exposed flank, but the blade struck only fur, the impact barely registering. The beast roared in pain, a sound like grinding stones, but its ferocity remained undiminished. Maya, with a scream of defiance, plunged her own knife into the creature's leg, eliciting a fresh wave of enraged growls. It turned its attention to her, its massive claws raking across the earth, leaving deep furrows in the forest floor, a clear warning of what was to come. Ben, seeing his friends under attack, swung his hiking stick with all his might, striking the creature's leg. The impact had little effect, but momentarily distracted the beast. He knew they were hopelessly outmatched, yet he fought, driven by a desperate hope of survival, a need to protect his friends, an unwillingness to surrender to the horrifying reality that had descended upon them. The battle was brutal, short, and terrifyingly one-sided. Despite their efforts, the three humans were no match for the grotesque. Liam, using his knife as a distraction, attempted to buy time, but the creature was too strong, too relentless. Maya, too, fought with astonishing ferocity, her small knife a symbol of defiance in the face of unimaginable terror. Ben, his stick shattering under the brute force of the beast, found himself grappling with the monstrous creature, trying to pull it back, trying to create an opening, an opportunity for his friends to escape. The creature's massive claws tore into flesh, rending and shredding, causing pain that superseded any they had ever known. The sounds of battle, growls, screams, the sickening thud of flesh against bone, echoed through the forest, a chilling testament to the desperate struggle for survival. The darkness of Blackwood Forest seemed to revel in their pain, to feed on their terror. Despite the ferocity of their counterattack, the humans' efforts were futile against the overwhelming power of the grotesque. The beast, wounded but unyielding, pinned Ben to the ground, its claws tearing at his chest, while its gaze remained locked onto Liam and Maya. The two of them, seeing their friend at the monster's mercy, knew their chances of escape were dwindling with every passing moment. The air, thick with the scent of blood and fear, was alive with the sound of the beast's guttural growls and Ben's tortured cries. The horrifying scene played out under the pale light of the moon, leaving Liam and Maya frozen in a mixture of terror and helplessness. They were surrounded by the chilling presence of the grotesque, and their hope of escaping Blackwood Forest alive began to fade. The beast, a manifestation of their deepest fears, had finally claimed its prey. The forest, silent again, held its secrets close, as the weight of the night settled upon them, heavy and relentless. The legend of the grotesque, now brutally verified, would forever haunt those who escaped the nightmare of Blackwood Forest. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the brutal symphony of growls and screams that had moments before filled the forest. Liam and Maya stood frozen, their bodies trembling, the scent of blood thick in the air, a chilling testament to the night's horrors. Ben lay still, a broken and lifeless form beneath the beast's massive weight. The moonlight, once a source of comfort, now felt cold and cruel, illuminating the gruesome scene with an unforgiving light. Liam's mind raced, trying to process the impossible reality of what had just transpired. The rational part of his brain, usually his guiding force, was overwhelmed by a wave of raw, primal fear. He couldn't grasp the scale of the horror, the sheer brutality of the creature's power. It was as if a part of the forest itself had risen to claim its victims, a force of nature both ancient and terrifying. Maya, equally shaken, found herself staring at Ben's lifeless body, a wave of grief washing over her. The pragmatic woman, accustomed to navigating the wilderness with a calm and calculated approach, was shattered. Her composure, her carefully constructed self-reliance, had crumbled under the weight of the night's events. The reality of their situation, the stark truth of their vulnerability, hit her with a brutal force. The legend, once dismissed as mere folklore, was now a horrifically realized reality. They knew they couldn't stay. The beast, though momentarily satiated, remained a lurking threat. The forest, once a place of tranquility and wonder, had transformed into a menacing entity, its every shadow concealing a potential danger. Their escape was not simply a matter of physical survival, it was a desperate flight from the psychological devastation wrought by the night's events. With a trembling hand, Liam reached for Ben's hand, the cold, lifeless touch a stark reminder of their loss. He felt a profound sense of guilt, a gnawing feeling that he had failed to protect his friend. The weight of his failure pressed down on him, compounding the physical and emotional exhaustion that drained his strength. They moved slowly, cautiously, their senses heightened, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sending jolts of fear through their bodies. The memory of the beast's eyes, those glowing green orbs that seemed to peer into their souls, haunted them, their chilling intelligence a constant reminder of their encounter with something far beyond human understanding. The journey back was a blur of fear and exhaustion. They stumbled, fell, and rose again, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to escape the clutches of Blackwood Forest and the horrifying memory of the beast. The forest, heavy with the weight of their shared trauma, seemed to conspire against them, its shadows lengthening, its sounds becoming more menacing with every step. The sense of relief they felt upon reaching the edge of the forest was palpable, but short-lived. The aftermath of their ordeal lingered, casting a long shadow over their minds. They had survived the physical confrontation, but the psychological scars ran deeper, threatening to linger far longer than any physical wounds. The raw fear, the chilling reality of their encounter, would haunt them for years to come. The journey back to civilization was a silent testament to their shared trauma. They spoke little, their words replaced by a profound exhaustion that seeped into their very bones. The beauty of the world seemed muted, dulled by the grim memory of the night's events. Every familiar sound, every sight, brought back a flood of terror, a reliving of their harrowing encounter. The villagers, upon hearing their tale, were both horrified and yet strangely unsurprised. Their legends, once dismissed as mere tales meant to frighten children, were now confirmed in the most brutal way imaginable. The beast was real, its existence a horrific truth etched into the landscape of their lives. The once peaceful village was now enveloped in a new layer of fear, the shared knowledge of the grotesque forever altering their perception of the surrounding forest. The following days were a blur of medical attention, interviews with authorities, and attempts to process their traumatic experience. The doctors treated their wounds, but the deeper wounds, the psychological scars, proved harder to heal. The night in Blackwood Forest had changed them, leaving an indelible mark on their psyche. They carried the weight of their experience, the memory of Ben's death, the terrifying image of the creature's eyes, etched into their souls. Liam and Maya sought solace in each other, their shared trauma forging a bond stronger than anything they could have imagined. They were survivors, but survivors forever scarred by their encounter with the inexplicable. They had faced the primal horror of Blackwood Forest, and they emerged changed, forever marked by the beast's terrible presence. Even as they attempted to rebuild their lives, the memory of the creature remained, a constant companion. The nightmares were relentless, vivid replays of the night's horror, fueled by the lingering questions surrounding the beast's nature. Was it an animal, a supernatural entity, or something else entirely, something that defied human comprehension? The authorities dismissed their account as an extreme case of mass hysteria, attributing their experience to a combination of fatigue, stress, and the vivid imagination of those who ventured deep into the wilderness. But Liam and Maya knew the truth. They had seen it with their own eyes, felt its chilling touch, tasted the metallic tang of its blood, and heard the chilling symphony of its growls. They bore the undeniable proof of the beast's terrifying reality, etched into their bodies and souls. Their story, dismissed by some, became their burden, a shared secret that would follow them through the remainder of their lives. Blackwood Forest remained untouched, its secrets buried beneath the canopy of trees, a silent testament to the night's horror. The legend of the grotesque was reinforced, a terrifying truth passed down through generations, a chilling reminder of the unknown horrors that lurked in the untamed wilderness, beyond the reach of human understanding. The forest stood sentinel, a silent guardian of its monstrous inhabitant, a place where the boundaries between reality and nightmare blurred, a place where the fear of the unknown transcended all logic. The aftermath of that night would forever haunt them, a reminder of their confrontation with a primal terror, a testament to the profound vulnerability of humanity in the face of nature's darkest secrets. The chilling truth of Blackwood Forest remained, an unsettling echo in the silence, a constant whisper of what lurked in the shadows, beyond the reach of reason. The unspoken questions, the unanswered mysteries, remained the most terrifying aspect of all. They were left to live with the knowledge, the fear, and the chilling uncertainty of what truly resided in the heart of the Blackwood Forest. The silence was, in many ways, far more terrifying than the beast itself. The beast was gone, but its presence would remain, an invisible scar upon the land and in their hearts forever. Story 3: The Mire. The oppressive humidity clung to Liam and Maya like a shroud, the air thick and heavy with the scent of decaying vegetation and stagnant water. The forest had given way to the swamp, a vast, unforgiving expanse of murky water, tangled vines, and treacherous mud. Their escape from Blackwood Forest had led them into a new, equally terrifying realm. The relative peace of their silent trek was shattered by the cacophony of the swamp, the incessant drone of insects, the croaking of unseen amphibians, and the unsettling squelch of their boots sinking into the mire. Each step was a battle, the mud sucking at their boots with a tenacious grip, threatening to swallow them whole. The ground beneath their feet was a shifting, unpredictable landscape, a deceptive surface concealing hidden pools and treacherous bogs. They moved slowly, cautiously, their every movement deliberate, their senses heightened, acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. The sun, barely visible through the dense canopy of cypress trees, cast long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed like phantoms. Liam, ever the pragmatist, attempted to forge a path, using fallen logs and clumps of relatively firm ground as stepping stones. But even his careful approach proved insufficient. The mud clung to him like a second skin, slowing his progress, weighing him down. The effort of pulling each leg free, of finding a stable foothold, was exhausting, both physically and mentally. He felt the dampness seep into his bones, the cold, clammy mud sapping his strength. Maya, despite her exhaustion, moved with a grim determination. The memory of Ben, the harsh reality of their loss, fueled her resolve. She fought the fear, the despair, the creeping sense of hopelessness that threatened to engulf her. Each struggle against the mud was a symbolic battle, a fight for survival, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The swamp seemed to breathe, its murky surface constantly shifting, its depths concealing unseen dangers. The air hung heavy with the stench of decay, a grim reminder of the life that had thrived and perished within its confines. Snakes, thick and sluggish, slithered through the reeds, their movements slow and deliberate, their presence a constant reminder of the lurking threats. The air thrummed with the sound of insects, a relentless chorus that gnawed at their nerves, adding to the palpable sense of dread. Days blurred into a relentless cycle of struggle and despair. They were constantly battling against the elements, against the relentless pull of the mud, against the oppressive humidity that clung to them like a suffocating blanket. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs, thirst parched their throats, and exhaustion weighed heavily on their limbs. Yet, they pressed on, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to escape the suffocating embrace of the swamp. The sun became their only guide, its weak rays barely penetrating the thick canopy. They followed its course, hoping it would lead them to higher ground, to a path out of this watery hell. But the swamp seemed infinite, its boundaries indistinct, its treacherous depths stretching endlessly before them. Their hope, once a flickering flame, began to dwindle, threatened by the ever-present danger, the suffocating humidity, and the relentless assault of the swamp's relentless assault. The nights were the most terrifying. The darkness descended like a living entity, amplifying the swamp's sounds and adding a layer of oppressive silence to the already frightening atmosphere. Every rustle in the reeds, every creak of a cypress tree, sent shivers down their spines. The shadows, stretched and distorted by the moonlight, danced and writhed, transforming the familiar into the unknown, creating visions of grotesque creatures lurking in the murky water. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional croak of a frog, the chirping of crickets, the constant, chilling hum of the insects. The silence amplified their vulnerability, the isolation, the overwhelming sense of helplessness. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long, skeletal shadows across the swamp, Liam stumbled, sinking deeply into the mud. He struggled, his legs flailing, the mud tightening its grip, threatening to pull him under. Maya, despite her exhaustion, reached for him, her heart pounding with fear and adrenaline. She grasped his hand, her grip firm and resolute, and with a combined effort, they managed to pull him free, coated in mud and gasping for breath. The incident served as a stark reminder of their precarious situation, of their vulnerability to the swamp's merciless embrace. Their ordeal was not simply a test of physical endurance, it was a battle against the psychological torment of isolation, the relentless despair of being lost and alone in this seemingly endless expanse of water and mud. The swamp was slowly eroding their hope, their spirit, their will to live. As days turned into nights, the swamp seemed to become a living entity, a malevolent force working against their survival. The mud became a constant antagonist, the insects a relentless torment, and the suffocating humidity a slow, insidious killer. The sun, once a beacon of hope, became a cruel mockery, its rays highlighting their isolation, their vulnerability, the unforgiving nature of the swamp. They were trapped, surrounded by the endless, unforgiving water, a grim reminder of their helplessness against the raw power of nature. Their bodies were breaking, their spirits weakening, their hopes fading. Despite their exhaustion and despair, they clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. They pushed on, driven by a primal instinct to survive, to escape the clutches of the swamp. Each step was a victory, each successful passage over treacherous ground a testament to their resilience. The struggle continued, the end remaining a distant, uncertain hope. The swamp's relentless grip tightened, yet their resolve, battered but unbroken, held firm. Their journey was a testament to the strength of the human spirit, an enduring fight against overwhelming odds, a battle against despair in the face of the raw, unforgiving power of nature's most desolate realms. Their survival, for now, remained a fragile, uncertain possibility. The relentless sun beat down, baking the already suffocating air. Liam's lips were cracked and bleeding, his throat raw and parched. He stumbled, his leg twisting beneath him in the treacherous mud. A sharp, searing pain shot through his ankle, a searing agony that stole his breath. He crumpled to the ground, the mud clinging to him like a leech. He cried out, a choked, ragged sound lost in the swamp's cacophony. Maya rushed to his side, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and desperate urgency. She knelt beside him, her face etched with worry. His ankle was grotesquely swollen, the skin around it already bruised and discolored. The pain was evident in his strange face, the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. "Liam," she whispered, her voice trembling, "we need to get you out of here." Liam groaned, trying to shift his weight, but the pain intensified, a sharp, stabbing agony that made him gasp. His face contorted in pain. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that he couldn't walk on it. Their already precarious situation had become exponentially worse. The setting sun cast long, skeletal shadows across the swamp, transforming the familiar into the eerie and grotesque. The usual symphony of the swamp, the croaking of frogs, the drone of insects, seemed to intensify, mocking their desperate plight. The air grew colder, the humidity still clinging to them, but with a chilling dampness that penetrated their clothes and seeped into their bones. They had been traversing this watery hell for what felt like an eternity, days blending into nights, the line between reality and hallucination blurring. Hunger gnawed at their stomachs, a constant, gnawing emptiness that made their heads spin. Thirst parched their throats, a searing fire that consumed them from the inside out. Exhaustion clung to them like the clinging mud, weighing down their limbs, dulling their senses. Finding potable water proved a near impossible task. The swamp water was murky, stagnant, and teeming with unseen creatures. The risk of infection was ever present, a grim companion to their dwindling hope. The little water they had managed to collect from scarce, relatively clean sources was long gone, rationing having become a forgotten luxury. Their lips were cracked and bleeding, their tongues swollen and thick. Maya searched frantically for any possible solution, her eyes scanning the desolate landscape with grim determination. She found a few relatively sturdy branches, and with trembling hands, she carefully fashioned a crude splint for Liam's ankle. The process was agonizing, each movement eliciting a fresh cry of pain from Liam. His endurance was fading, his body battered and broken. His spirit, however, remained stubbornly defiant. The night descended, cloaking the swamp in an oppressive darkness. The sounds amplified, creating a terrifying orchestra of the unknown. Every rustle in the reeds, every creak of a cypress tree, sent shivers down their spines. The shadows, distorted by the moonlight filtering through the canopy, danced and writhed like phantoms, transforming the familiar into the grotesque. Liam, despite the excruciating pain, kept his eyes fixed on Maya, his gaze reflecting a mixture of determination and fear. He whispered, his voice barely audible above the swamp's symphony, "Don't give up, Maya. We have to get out of here." His words, though weak, injected a spark of renewed resolve in Maya. She knew their situation was dire. They were trapped, injured, dehydrated, exhausted, and surrounded by the ever-present threat of the swamp. But giving up was not an option. Liam's unwavering spirit fueled her own, reminding her of the strength of the human will to survive. They spent the night huddled together, the cold seeping into their bones. Maya sang softly, her voice a fragile melody against the swamp's cacophony. The songs, simple lullabies from her childhood, were a soothing balm against the encroaching despair. They were also a way to keep herself awake, to combat the creeping weariness that threatened to pull her under. As dawn approached, casting a weak and sickly light over the swamp, Maya began to formulate a plan. She knew that carrying Liam would be an impossible task, even over short distances. Their only hope was to find higher ground, a place where they could rest and perhaps find a way to signal for help. She started constructing a makeshift raft using fallen branches and vines. The work was slow and painstaking, every movement a test of her strength and will. Liam offered encouragement, his voice raspy but resolute. They worked in tandem, a silent dance of survival, fueled by their mutual determination to escape the mire. Days turned into a relentless cycle of pain, hope, and despair. They would rest briefly, Maya keeping a vigilant watch against the swamp's unseen dangers. Liam's ankle was a constant source of torment, and Maya meticulously tended to his wound, searching for any sign of infection. She worked with grim determination, using the meager resources at their disposal to clean and dress it. Hunger remained their constant companion. They searched tirelessly for any edible plants, but the swamp offered little in the way of sustenance. Maya's knowledge of edible plants proved invaluable. They found a few wild berries, their meager yield offering little more than a momentary relief from the incessant gnawing hunger. They continued to slowly work towards higher ground, their progress painfully slow. Each step was a victory, each successful passage across treacherous ground a testament to their resilience. The swamp, a malevolent force, continued its relentless assault, but their spirits, though battered and broken, refused to yield. Their journey was not only a physical ordeal, it was a test of their mental fortitude. The isolation, the constant fear, the ever-present danger, these were their unseen enemies, as treacherous and deadly as the swamp itself. Yet, they persevered, driven by a primal instinct to survive, a stubborn refusal to succumb to the swamp's suffocating embrace. Their survival remained fragile, a possibility, not a certainty. But their struggle, their relentless fight against the odds, was a testament to the unwavering power of the human spirit. The murky water of the swamp reflected the sickly gray light of dawn, offering little comfort. Liam's breathing was shallow, ragged, each inhale a struggle. The makeshift raft, a precarious collection of branches and vines, bobbed gently on the stagnant water, a fragile vessel in a sea of unseen dangers. Maya, her face drawn and etched with exhaustion, continued to meticulously tend to his injured ankle, the swamp's chilling dampness clinging to her like a shroud. A sudden ripple disturbed the stillness of the water, a movement that had nothing to do with the gentle rocking of their raft. Maya froze, her breath catching in her throat. The ripple spread, widening in concentric circles, the water disturbed not by wind or current, but by something unseen, something lurking beneath the murky surface. A prickling sensation ran down her spine, a primal instinct screaming warning. Liam, his eyes half closed in pain, stirred slightly. "What is it?" he whispered, his voice hoarse. Maya couldn't answer, her gaze fixed on the disturbed water. The ripple expanded, now encompassing a significant portion of their immediate vicinity. The silence that followed was more terrifying than any sound, a pregnant pause heavy with unspoken dread. The air, thick with humidity, seemed to grow colder, a tangible chill that seeped into her bones. Then, a low, guttural groan echoed from beneath the surface, a sound that resonated deep within her chest, vibrating her very being. It was not a sound of nature, it was something else entirely, something ancient and malevolent. Liam's eyes snapped open, his gaze widening in terror. Fear, raw and visceral, gripped Maya. It was a fear that transcended the physical dangers of the swamp. This was a fear born of the unknown, a chilling awareness of something sinister lurking beneath the surface, something far more terrifying than hunger or exhaustion. The swamp, she realized with a sickening certainty, was not simply a hostile environment, it was a predator in itself, and they were its prey. The groaning intensified, the water around them churning with unseen activity. Maya's heart pounded in her chest, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. She grabbed Liam's hand, her grip tightening. They were trapped, not just by the swamp's physical obstacles, but by a presence, a malevolence that felt palpable, that pressed upon them like a suffocating weight. They remained frozen, their raft adrift in the churning water, helpless witnesses to the unseen horror beneath. The groaning subsided, replaced by an unsettling silence that was somehow even more terrifying. The surface of the swamp grew still once more, the ripples fading as if nothing had ever disturbed its placid surface. But the underlying dread remained, a chilling weight in the air, a testament to the unseen horrors lurking just beyond the reach of sight. As the sun slowly climbed higher, casting its weak rays upon the swamp, Maya and Liam cautiously continued their journey, their movements slow and deliberate. Every rustle in the reeds, every snap of a twig, sent shivers down their spines. The swamp, previously simply a harsh and unforgiving environment, now felt haunted, possessed by a malevolent entity that watched their every move. The paranoia gnawed at them, a constant companion to their physical suffering. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every distorted reflection in the murky water a potential threat. Liam's injured ankle throbbed with pain, each step agonizing, but the fear, the insidious, creeping dread of the unseen, added another layer of suffering, making their already arduous journey exponentially worse. They pushed onwards, fueled by a combination of hope and fear, a constant dance between survival and despair. Days bled into nights, the line between reality and hallucination blurring. They encountered more unsettling events, inexplicable sounds, fleeting shadows that moved too quickly to be anything natural, the unsettling feeling of being watched, constantly observed by unseen eyes. Their fear became a tangible presence, feeding off their exhaustion and desperation. The swamp itself seemed to conspire against them, the very air heavy with dread. They found meager sustenance, their rations stretching thinner and thinner. The hunger gnawed, but it was a lesser threat compared to the growing psychological toll. The unseen dangers, the constant feeling of being watched, the unnerving sounds emanating from the depths of the swamp, these were the true tormentors, slowly eroding their sanity. One evening, as they huddled together under the skeletal branches of a cypress tree, a chilling sound pierced the night. It was a high-pitched wail, a mournful cry that seemed to emanate from every corner of the swamp simultaneously. It was a sound that chilled them to the bone, a sound that resonated with a primal fear older than humanity itself. Liam clung to Maya, his body shaking with uncontrollable terror. The wail continued, slowly fading into the background noise of the swamp, but the fear it instilled lingered. It was a fear that went beyond simple survival, a fear that touched upon the deepest recesses of their subconscious, tapping into the primal dread of the unknown and the unseen. As dawn broke, casting a faint light upon the swamp's murky expanse, Maya realized they could continue no longer. Their bodies were broken, their minds frayed. The swamp had done more than simply challenge their physical endurance. It had sought to shatter their spirits, to break their will to survive. The unseen horrors, more than any physical threat, had eroded their resolve. Liam, staring blankly ahead, seemed to be detached from reality, his eyes filled with a vacant stare. The vibrant hope they had once shared was replaced by an oppressive despair, a heavy weight that clung to them like the swamp's relentless humidity. The fight for survival was no longer a battle against the elements, but a fight against a creeping madness, a fight that they were rapidly losing. Their journey through the mire had morphed into a descent into something far darker, something that threatened to consume them entirely. The swamp held them captive, not just in its physical embrace, but in the terrifying grip of its unseen horrors. The unseen dangers had become their relentless pursuers, the swamp's deadliest weapon. Their only hope now lay in their fading strength and a tenacious refusal to succumb to the swamp's psychological assault. But hope was a dwindling ember, flickering dangerously close to extinction. The sun, a weak and watery disk behind the oppressive cloud cover, offered little warmth. The air hung heavy, thick with the cloying scent of decay and stagnant water. Liam shivered, not entirely from the cold, but from a deeper, more profound chill that settled in his bones, a chilling premonition of something unseen, something malevolent. His ankle, still throbbing with pain, pulsed with a rhythm that mirrored the unsettling thrumming deep within the swamp itself. Maya, her face etched with worry, watched him with a haunted look in her eyes. The days of relentless struggle had taken their toll, leaving them both physically and mentally exhausted. Their meager supplies were almost gone, their hope dwindling with each passing hour. The physical hardships of the swamp, the treacherous terrain, the biting insects, the ever-present threat of sinking into the mire, were bad enough, but it was the psychological torment that truly tested their resilience. The swamp had a way of seeping into your mind, twisting your thoughts, playing tricks on your senses. Shadows danced in the periphery, morphing into monstrous shapes that disappeared as quickly as they appeared. Sounds, distorted and amplified by the oppressive humidity, whispered secrets in the rustling reeds, promising unimaginable horrors. The silence itself was a weapon, heavy and pregnant with unspoken dread, a constant reminder of their isolation, their vulnerability. Liam's eyes, once filled with the bright determination of a seasoned hiker, now held a vacant, almost fearful emptiness. He spoke little, his words few and fragmented, his gaze often lost in the murky expanse of the swamp, as if searching for something, or someone, he couldn't quite grasp. He would startle at the slightest sound, his body flinching involuntarily, a testament to the fraying edges of his sanity. Maya tried to maintain a semblance of hope, a fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. She reminded herself of their initial goals, of the reasons they had embarked on this ill-fated journey, but the words felt hollow, powerless against the overwhelming sense of despair. The swamp, she realized, wasn't just testing their physical endurance, it was systematically dismantling their minds, their spirits, their very will to survive. The psychological toll was immense. Paranoia became their constant companion, an insidious whisper in the back of their minds, fueling their anxieties. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, every ripple in the murky water was a potential threat, a harbinger of unseen danger. Sleep offered no respite, their dreams filled with distorted images and terrifying sounds, a nightmarish extension of their waking reality. They began to see things, or rather, to believe they saw things. Fleeting glimpses of movement in the shadows, whispers that seemed to carry names, images that flickered at the edge of perception, hallucinations born of exhaustion, fear, and the oppressive atmosphere of the swamp. The line between reality and illusion blurred, making it impossible to distinguish between what was real and what was merely a figment of their overwrought imaginations. One night, Liam awoke screaming, his eyes wide with terror, his body convulsing. He spoke of shadowy figures lurking around their makeshift shelter, of whispering voices that promised him oblivion. Maya tried to calm him, but her own composure was fraying, her own sanity threatened by the oppressive weight of their situation. She felt a growing sense of detachment, a creeping dissociation from the world around her, as if the swamp were slowly consuming her mind, stripping away her identity, piece by piece. The physical challenges intensified. Their rations were long gone, hunger gnawed at their stomachs, adding to their already considerable suffering. Liam's injured ankle festered, the infection spreading, threatening to immobilize him entirely. Every step was agony, every movement an effort of sheer willpower, but even that was beginning to fail. The swamp, with its treacherous terrain and deceptive depths, continued to present an unrelenting physical challenge. They stumbled through the mire, exhausted, starved, and haunted by the phantoms of their own minds. The very air itself seemed heavy with dread, laden with the whispers of unseen things, the oppressive silence a constant reminder of their isolation. As days melted into nights, the psychological torment intensified, becoming a living entity, a malevolent force that preyed upon their weakened minds. The swamp had become an extension of their internal turmoil, their fear and despair mirroring the hostile and unforgiving nature of their environment. The line between the external and internal threats blurred, rendering them incapable of distinguishing between the physical and the psychological. The swamp had them trapped, not just in its physical embrace, but within their own tormented minds. Their once vibrant hope, the driving force behind their journey, dwindled to a faint ember, threatened by the encroaching despair and hopelessness. Liam's descent into madness accelerated, his once sharp mind now clouded by fear and hallucination. Maya's grip on reality loosened as well, her attempts to remain strong becoming progressively futile under the relentless assault on her mind. They were trapped, not just in the mire of the swamp, but in the mire of their own psychological collapse. The swamp, once merely a hostile environment, had become a reflection of their internal struggles, an external manifestation of their deepest fears. The psychological terror was more pervasive, more debilitating than any physical hardship they had endured. Their struggle for survival had become a desperate fight against a darkness that resided not only in the murky depths of the swamp, but within themselves. The swamp's unseen horrors had finally won, breaking their spirits and leaving them utterly defeated, their minds fractured, their bodies broken, victims not just of the wilderness, but of the terrifying power of their own despair. The mud sucked at Liam's boots, each step a laborious effort that sent jolts of pain up his leg. The infection had spread, a fiery tendril of agony that pulsed with each beat of his heart. He stumbled, his hand instinctively reaching out for Maya, who moved with a grim determination that belied her own exhaustion. Her face was drawn and pale, her eyes shadowed with a weariness that went beyond physical fatigue. It was the weariness of a spirit broken by unrelenting horror. They pressed on, driven by a primal instinct for survival, a flicker of hope clinging to the tattered edges of their despair. The swamp, however, seemed determined to extinguish even that tiny ember. The oppressive humidity clung to them like a shroud, the air thick with the stench of decay and the ever-present threat of unseen things. The shadows lengthened, stretching like grasping claws across the muddy path, morphing into grotesque shapes that played tricks on their already strained senses. A snapping twig echoed through the oppressive silence, amplified by the swamp's unnatural acoustics, and Liam flinched, his head whipping around in a desperate search for the source. Maya placed a reassuring hand on his arm, her touch strangely cold, her eyes filled with a haunted understanding. Neither of them spoke, the unspoken fear hanging between them heavier than the humid air. The silence was punctuated only by the relentless slurping of their boots in the mire and the incessant buzz of unseen insects. The sun, a spectral presence behind the dense canopy, offered no comfort, its weak light failing to penetrate the perpetual gloom that hung over the swamp. The landscape itself seemed hostile, actively working against their escape. The ground was a treacherous maze of mud, water, and tangled vegetation, each step a gamble, a precarious dance on the edge of oblivion. The swamp had become their prison, a claustrophobic embrace of decay and despair. Liam's hallucinations intensified. He saw figures moving in the periphery, their forms indistinct, yet somehow menacing. There were whispers in the rustling reeds, shadows dancing in the murky water, faces in the decaying vegetation. He would reach out to grasp them, only to find nothing but the cold, clinging mud. His sanity was a flickering candle in a hurricane, threatened with extinction by the relentless assault on his mind. Maya tried to keep him grounded, to remind him of reality, but her own resolve was waning. The weight of their predicament, the constant fear, the physical exhaustion, the creeping despair, it was too much. She felt a detachment, a dissociation from herself, as if her consciousness were slowly being swallowed by the swamp, leaving behind a hollow shell. She could feel the mud seeping into her very being, a slow, insidious encroachment that numbed her mind and sapped her strength. One particularly treacherous stretch forced them to navigate a narrow passage between two dense stands of cypress trees. The air here was still, heavy with the smell of death and decay. The trees themselves seemed to press in on them, their gnarled branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Liam, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and delusion, pointed to a patch of particularly dark mud. "They're there," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the buzzing of insects. "Waiting." Maya peered into the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest. She saw nothing, but the feeling of being watched intensified, the sense of unseen eyes upon them, judging, assessing, waiting. It was a primal fear, visceral and overwhelming, the chilling realization that they were not alone in the swamp's oppressive embrace. Something else was here, something unseen, something that fed on their fear, their despair, their dwindling hope. They pressed on, their movements desperate, fueled by a waning hope and a growing sense of dread. The terrain became even more treacherous, the mud deeper, the vegetation thicker. Liam's ankle gave way completely and he crumpled to the ground, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Maya rushed to his side, her own body trembling with exhaustion and fear. She tried to help him up, but his weight was too much, his pain too great. As darkness descended, the swamp seemed to come alive. The sounds intensified, the croaking of unseen creatures, the rustling of unseen things, the constant drip of water, all combining into a cacophony of unsettling noises. The shadows thickened, enveloping them in a suffocating blanket of dread. The air grew colder, the humidity replaced by a chilling wind that seemed to whisper secrets into their ears, promising oblivion. Liam's muttering grew louder, his words turning into incoherent babblings. He spoke of a presence, a malevolent entity that lurked in the depths of the swamp, drawing them into its dark embrace. He spoke of a terrible fate, an inescapable doom. Maya held him, tears streaming down her face, his words echoing her own deepest fears. Their escape seemed impossible, the swamp had won. The final moments were a blur of mud, darkness, and despair. Liam's voice faded into a whimper, his grip loosening, and Maya felt her own strength draining, leaving her as vulnerable as the swamp had intended. The encroaching darkness tipped them, engulfing them in its cold, unforgiving embrace. The next morning, the sun rose over the swamp, its weak light failing to penetrate the oppressive gloom. The air hung heavy with the cloying scent of decay and stagnant water. The only evidence of their struggle, of their desperate fight for survival, was the churned-up mud, the broken branches, and the chilling emptiness of the swamp. The fate of Liam and Maya remained a mystery, a haunting tale whispered on the wind, a chilling testament to the unpredictable and unforgiving nature of the wilderness, a stark reminder that the swamp keeps its secrets close. The silence, heavy and unbroken, was the swamp's ultimate victory. Their struggle, their pain, their desperate hope for escape, all swallowed whole by the relentless, unforgiving mire. The lingering sense of unease hung heavy in the air, a silent testament to the power of nature's fury and the relentless grip of despair. The swamp remained, silent and still, waiting for its next victims, patiently guarding its dark secrets beneath the murky surface. The unspoken horror lingered, a chilling reminder of the ultimate price of survival. The swamp had claimed them, and its secrets remained, locked safely within its cold, dark embrace. Story 4, The Lighthouse Keeper. The rhythmic pulse of the foghorn was the only constant in Thomas's life, a mournful bellow echoing across the turbulent expanse of the Atlantic. For 5 years, he'd been the sole inhabitant of this windswept rock, a lonely sentinel guarding the treacherous coastline. The lighthouse, his prison and his sanctuary, was a cold, cylindrical tower of granite, its whitewashed exterior perpetually battered by the relentless sea. Inside, the spiraling staircase creaked a mournful symphony, each step a reminder of his isolation. Initially, the solitude had been a welcome escape. Thomas, a man haunted by a past he preferred to leave buried, had sought refuge in the remote isolation of the island. The vast, empty ocean, the ceaseless rhythm of the waves, the unyielding wind, these were his companions, a silent, unforgiving audience to his solitary existence. He found solace in the routine, meticulously tending the lamp, polishing the lenses, meticulously recording the weather patterns in his worn journal. The days bled into one another, marked only by the changing tides and the shifting moods of the sea. But the isolation began to gnaw at him, a creeping dread that insinuated itself into the very fabric of his existence. The silence, once comforting, became oppressive, a suffocating blanket that muffled the sounds of his own thoughts. He started to hear things, whispers on the wind, the creaking of unseen timbers, the phantom footsteps echoing on the stone floor. He dismissed them initially, attributing them to the strain of his solitary confinement, the tricks of a mind starved for human interaction. Then came the dreams. Vivid, disturbing nightmares that bled into his waking hours, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease, a chilling premonition of something unseen, something malevolent lurking just beyond the periphery of his perception. He dreamed of swirling mists and shadowy figures, of a cold, grasping presence that seemed to reach out from the depths of the ocean, its icy fingers trailing across his skin. He awoke gasping for breath, his heart pounding like a drum against his ribs, the silence of the lighthouse amplifying the terror. One morning, he discovered a strange inscription etched into the base of the lighthouse, a series of cryptic symbols that seemed to writhe and shift before his very eyes. He tried to rub them away, but the markings were deep, seemingly ingrained into the very stone. A sense of dread washed over him, an icy wave of fear that left him shivering despite the warmth of the lamp's glow. He felt a growing sense of being watched, of being observed by something unseen, something that knew his secrets, something that shared his isolation. The next few days were filled with increasingly unsettling events. Tools went missing, only to reappear in unexpected places. Objects moved on their own, books fell from shelves, and the lamp flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows across the walls. The foghorn, once a comforting rhythm, now sounded discordant, its mournful bellow echoing his own internal turmoil. The very structure of the lighthouse seemed to be shifting and groaning, as if a malevolent presence were stirring within its stone walls. His once meticulous routine fell apart. He neglected his duties, his hands trembling as he struggled to maintain the lamp's flame. His journal entries became erratic, filled with panicked scrawls and incoherent ramblings. The isolation, once a sanctuary, had become a suffocating prison, its walls closing in on him, threatening to crush him beneath their weight. The constant wind, the ceaseless roar of the ocean, the shadows that danced in the periphery, they were no longer just elements of his environment, they were active participants in a sinister game, a macabre dance of dread that played upon his deepest fears. The fog became his enemy, an insidious shroud that swallowed the lighthouse, the island, and his sanity. He would sit for hours, staring out at the swirling white expanse, his eyes straining to pierce the opaque veil, searching for something, anything, to break the suffocating isolation. But the fog remained impenetrable, a tangible symbol of his confinement, a physical manifestation of his despair. He started to talk to the sea, to the wind, to the shadows that danced in the corners of his vision. He pleaded for help, for an end to his torment. But his cries were swallowed by the relentless storm, lost in the vast emptiness of the ocean. His hope dwindled, replaced by a chilling acceptance of his fate. The lighthouse, once a refuge, had become his tomb, the ocean his final resting place. The dwindling supply of food became another source of anxiety, each meal a dwindling reminder of his isolation and his increasing vulnerability. He began to ration his supplies, each bite a calculated decision, each swallowed morsel extending his confinement but also slowly emptying the pantry. The silence of the lighthouse was once a companion but now felt like a weight, pressing down, crushing him, the emptiness of the pantry matching the emptiness within himself. His dreams intensified, becoming more vivid and disturbing, a tapestry of terror woven from his deepest fears and anxieties. He would awaken in a cold sweat, his body trembling, the echoes of his nightmares echoing in the oppressive silence of the lighthouse. The line between reality and illusion blurred, his mind struggling to differentiate between his waking moments and the terrifying world of his dreams. One night, during a particularly violent storm, the lighthouse shook violently. He clung to a railing, his knuckles white, his eyes wide with terror as the structure groaned and creaked under the assault of the wind and waves. He saw a figure in the raging storm, a shadowy form that seemed to materialize out of the tempestuous sea. It was indistinct, yet somehow menacing, and he felt a primal fear grip him, an instinctive recognition of something ancient and malevolent. He braced himself for the inevitable, convinced that the storm, the darkness, and the shadowy figure would be the end of his existence. Yet, when the storm finally subsided, the lighthouse was still standing, the shadowy figure vanished, the isolation returned, heavier than ever. The experience, however, had stripped away the last vestiges of his sanity. His mind fractured, he found solace only in the monotonous rhythm of the foghorn, a grim symphony of his isolation and despair, the only constant in his unraveling reality. The lighthouse remained, a stark white sentinel against the turbulent ocean, a silent witness to the tragic descent of a man consumed by the relentless grip of solitude and the haunting whispers of the unseen. The ocean remained his silent accomplice, its waves lapping endlessly against the rocks, a somber requiem for a life lost to the relentless power of the sea and the chilling embrace of isolation. The island, once his refuge, now held only the echoes of his despair, a testament to the unforgiving nature of the wilderness and the profound loneliness that can consume even the strongest of souls. The emptiness of the sea mirrored the emptiness within him, a profound and chilling isolation that extended far beyond the physical confines of the island, engulfing him completely. The lighthouse, his prison, his refuge, his tomb, stood as a grim monument to the destructive power of isolation, a haunting reminder of the fragility of the human spirit in the face of overwhelming solitude. The silence, now broken only by the mournful bellow of the foghorn, was a testament to his final, crushing defeat at the hands of isolation. The rhythmic pulse of the foghorn, once a comforting companion, now felt like a mocking metronome counting down to an unknown end. The seemingly innocuous events escalated, transforming the lighthouse from a sanctuary into a stage for a terrifying play of supernatural proportions. One evening, as Thomas prepared to tend the lamp, he discovered his meticulously kept logbook, filled with precise weather recordings, had been inexplicably altered. Entries were crossed out, replaced with cryptic symbols similar to those he had found etched into the lighthouse's base. These weren't simple scribbles, they pulsed with a faint, inner luminescence, a malevolent heartbeat in the dead of night. He tried to rationalize it, blaming exhaustion, the strain of his isolation, but a cold dread settled in his stomach. The symbols seemed to writhe and shift before his eyes, as if alive, their meaning escaping his grasp. He felt a profound sense of violation, as if something had invaded not just his lighthouse, but his mind itself. He felt watched, not by a human observer, but by an entity that existed beyond the realm of human comprehension. The next night, the storm returned, not with the predictable fury of the Atlantic, but with an unnatural malevolence. The wind howled with a voice, a guttural moan that resonated deep within Thomas's bones, chilling him to the marrow. The waves crashed against the rocks with a terrifying intensity, their rhythmic pounding a relentless drumbeat of dread. But it wasn't just the storm, something else was present, something that lurked in the shadows cast by the raging tempest. He saw fleeting glimpses, shadowy figures moving in the periphery, their forms indistinct, yet menacingly present. They seemed to dance in the heart of the storm, their movements as fluid and unpredictable as the wind. He tried to focus, to get a better look, but they vanished as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind only an intensified sense of unease and a lingering chill that permeated every fiber of his being. The lighthouse itself began to feel different, alive in a way that terrified him. The stone walls seemed to breathe, to sigh, to groan under the weight of some unseen force. The floorboards creaked, even without a draft, and the air grew heavy with a palpable sense of dread. The scent of salt and sea spray was replaced with a sickeningly sweet odor, a cloying perfume that spoke of decay and death. His food supplies, once a source of worry, now seemed to vanish with unnatural speed. He would meticulously count his rations, only to find them mysteriously reduced, as if some unseen hand were reaching into his stores. This wasn't simply a matter of miscalculation, it was a calculated depletion, a slow and deliberate emptying of his pantry. This deliberate reduction in his resources served only to amplify his growing sense of vulnerability and impending doom. Each dwindling ration was a tangible reminder of his isolation and the unseen force's relentless pursuit. The creeping depletion of his food supply seemed to mirror the emptying of his hope. His sleep, once a brief respite from his solitude, now became a nightmarish torture. His dreams were no longer simple visions of his past, they were visceral experiences filled with horrifying scenarios, involving shadowy figures and a relentless sense of impending doom. He would wake in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, the lingering taste of fear clinging to his tongue. The line between reality and dream blurred, and he struggled to distinguish between waking moments and the haunting images that haunted his sleep. Then came the voices. At first, they were faint whispers on the wind, barely audible above the roar of the ocean. But they grew stronger, more insistent, weaving insidious messages into the storm's howl. They spoke in a language he didn't understand, yet their meaning resonated deep within his soul, a chilling symphony of dread. The voices seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a chorus of unseen entities that echoed his deepest fears. They would sometimes morph into his own voice, taunting him, whispering secrets that he thought only he knew. His once meticulous journal became a record of his descent into madness. The neat script transformed into frantic scrawls and incoherent ramblings, a desperate attempt to record the events, to make sense of the horror that was unfolding. His attempts at logical explanation crumbled. He was facing a reality beyond the limits of his understanding. One night, he saw it, a swirling vortex of mist in the middle of the ocean, a tear in the fabric of reality. From within the vortex emanated a deafening silence, contrasting sharply with the storm's relentless fury. A chilling calmness lay at the heart of the tempest, an unnerving stillness amidst the chaotic dance of the waves. It pulsed with a sickly green light, drawing him in like a moth to a flame, hypnotizing him with its unsettling beauty. He felt an irresistible pull, a primal urge to step into the unknown, to surrender to the mystery unfolding before his eyes. The lighthouse, once a refuge, now seemed to be a cage, and the ocean, once a terrifying adversary, now felt like a beckoning abyss, offering an escape from the horrors that haunted him. The isolation, once a comfort, now felt like a crushing weight, suffocating him in its relentless embrace. He felt the pull of the vortex intensifying, the allure of the unknown almost too powerful to resist. He fought against the urge, knowing that crossing the threshold would be an irreversible act, a journey into the heart of darkness, a step that would forever change the course of his existence. He was caught in a struggle between reason and instinct, between the desire for escape and the fear of the unknown. Days blurred into nights, the distinction lost in a swirling maelstrom of supernatural events. The lighthouse became a living entity, groaning and creaking as if consumed by an unseen force. The wind seemed to carry whispers, and shadows danced in every corner, mimicking the grotesque figures of his nightmares. His sanity eroded with each passing moment, replaced by a growing acceptance of the inevitable, the merging of his reality with the sinister supernatural world encroaching upon him. The dwindling supplies, the haunting voices, the spectral apparitions, the manipulative alterations of his journal, the vortex pulsating in the heart of the tempest, these were not isolated incidents. They were all pieces of a larger, more terrifying puzzle, a prelude to a horrifying climax that Thomas felt was fast approaching. He was not alone in the lighthouse. He was a prisoner in a supernatural battleground, a pawn in a macabre game played by forces far beyond his comprehension. His isolation, once his solace, had become a curse. He was left alone, facing the true terrors that lurked in the unexplored depths of the sea, the darkness that seeped from the very heart of the tempest, and the horrors that had taken up residence in the once solitary refuge he called the lighthouse. His solitude was now a prison, and his only escape, the vortex, awaited him, promising oblivion. The flickering lamplight cast long, dancing shadows across the rough-hewn walls of the lighthouse, turning familiar objects into grotesque parodies of themselves. Thomas's reflection in the polished brass of the lamp seemed distorted, alien, a stranger staring back from the depths of his own exhaustion. He hadn't shaved in days, his beard a tangled mess mirroring the turmoil within him. His hands, once steady and sure, trembled as he reached for his dwindling supply of water, the meager amount a stark reminder of his precarious situation. The isolation, once a welcome respite, now felt like a physical weight pressing down on him, suffocating him. The silence, once peaceful, now echoed with the screams of his own anxieties. He found himself talking to himself, whispering reassurances that were barely audible above the relentless pounding of the waves against the rocks below. The comforting rhythm of the foghorn had become a mournful dirge, a constant reminder of his isolation, his vulnerability. His sleep offered no escape. Nightmares, vivid and terrifying, relentlessly pursued him into the land of Nod. He dreamt of the cryptic symbols, twisting and writhing like venomous snakes, slithering across his skin, their luminescence burning into his flesh. He dreamed of the shadowy figures, their silent movements a constant threat, their presence a suffocating blanket of dread. He awoke each morning drained, the residue of his nightmarish journeys clinging to him like the cloying, sweet odor that now permeated the lighthouse. The scent seemed to intensify during storms, a pungent reminder of decay and the inevitable end. He started seeing things. Or rather, he started believing he saw things. Fleeting movements in the periphery, whispers on the wind that morphed into coherent sentences, only to dissipate into the roar of the ocean. He strained his ears, searching for meaning in the wind's howl, finding only his own fear echoing back to him. The line between reality and hallucination had become impossibly blurred, the edges fraying like a worn, sea-soaked rope. He tried to keep a record, desperately scribbling in his journal, trying to catalog the events, to rationalize the increasingly impossible. But the neat, precise script of his earlier entries had degenerated into a chaotic jumble of frantic scrawls, incomprehensible words intertwined with increasingly desperate pleas for help. The pages became a visual representation of his unraveling mind, a testament to the horrifying grip of his isolation and the supernatural forces that seemed to prey upon it. The food, he was certain, was vanishing at an unnatural rate. He rationed his supplies with excruciating precision, yet the disappearance persisted. He suspected sabotage, yet he found no evidence of intrusion, no sign of forced entry, no explanation for this mysterious depletion of resources. It felt as if an unseen hand, a malevolent presence, was reaching into his stores, slowly, methodically, draining his lifeline. The dwindling supplies became a physical manifestation of his growing despair. One day, he discovered a new alteration to his logbook. Not only had the cryptic symbols reappeared, but an entire page had been removed, leaving behind only a ragged, uneven edge. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced him. This was not a simple case of mistaken entries or exhaustion-induced hallucinations. This was a deliberate act, a violation of his space, a manipulation of his records. It was a tangible proof of the presence of something sinister, something that controlled not only the lighthouse but his own thoughts and actions. The feeling of being watched intensified. He felt as if a malevolent presence was constantly close by, a spectral observer, lurking just beyond his range of vision, a shadow that shifted with his every movement. The very stone walls seemed to exude a malevolent energy, a palpable sense of something malevolent residing within. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, his heart pounding in his chest with a rhythm that mirrored the relentless pounding of the waves outside. He started to question his own sanity. Was he truly seeing these things, or was his isolation driving him to madness? The line between reality and hallucination grew increasingly hazy. Was he losing his mind, or was there something genuinely sinister at work, something beyond human comprehension? The torment intensified, each hour of solitude compounding the weight of his uncertainty. He considered the vortex again, that swirling mass of mist in the heart of the tempest. The initial terror had been replaced with a strange kind of morbid fascination. It pulsed with a sinister green light, a siren call from the unknown. The isolation had become unbearable, the supernatural encounters had eroded his hope, and the constant threat had broken him down to the point of desperate contemplation. He began to wonder if surrender might be the only escape, if oblivion offered a refuge from the horrors he faced within the lighthouse walls. The pull towards the unknown grew stronger with each passing moment, an irresistible invitation to the darkness. Yet, despite the terror, a flicker of resistance remained. A desperate, stubborn clinging to life, fueled by the faintest hope of rescue, or perhaps, merely the instinct to survive. He found himself pacing the circular walkway of the lantern room, the rhythmic creaks of the old structure a constant reminder of the precariousness of his situation. Each creak felt like a step closer to his breaking point, a step closer to embracing the vortex and the terrifying oblivion it promised. The storm raged on, mirroring the tempest within his own heart. The wind howled, carrying with it the chilling whispers of unseen entities. The sea churned, its restless waves a constant reminder of the vastness of the unknown, and the limitless possibilities of darkness that lay hidden beneath its surface. He was alone, caught in the unrelenting grip of nature and the unseen forces that preyed upon his isolation. His fate seemed sealed, a grim conclusion to a descent into a terrifying abyss. He was a lone figure, adrift in a storm both physical and psychological, a prisoner in his own mind, caught between the lure of oblivion and the desperate hope for survival, a battle waged within the heart of a roaring tempest and a crumbling, haunted lighthouse. The struggle was his last bastion against the tide of creeping madness and supernatural horror. The choice, however, was growing increasingly difficult. The vortex pulsed, a malevolent emerald eye in the heart of the storm. It beckoned, a siren song of oblivion whispered on the gale-force winds. Thomas, his resolve fractured, felt the pull, a gravitational tug on his very soul, drawing him towards the swirling chaos of mist and shadow. He'd spent days, weeks perhaps, time had become a meaningless blur, battling the unseen horrors within the lighthouse, the creeping dread that had insinuated itself into the very fabric of the structure. He'd fought the dwindling rations, the hallucinations, the manipulations of his journal, the palpable sense of being watched, the very real feeling of a presence, cold and malevolent, that moved through the stone walls like a wraith. But now, the fight was fading. The hope, a flickering candle flame in the relentless storm, threatened to extinguish itself. He took a step, then another, drawn by an irresistible force, a morbid curiosity overcoming the last vestiges of his fear. The air crackled with unnatural energy, the scent of decay and ozone thick in his nostrils. The lighthouse itself seemed to groan under the strain, the ancient stones vibrating with a low, guttural hum that resonated deep within his chest. Each step felt like a betrayal, a surrender to the inevitable, a concession to the darkness that had been patiently waiting for him. As he approached the vortex, the whispers intensified. They weren't the whispers of the wind, but voices, countless voices, overlapping and merging into a chaotic chorus of despair and rage. They spoke in a language he didn't understand, yet their meaning was chillingly clear: welcome. The mist swirled around him, cold and clammy, clinging to his skin like a shroud. He could feel it, a tangible presence, probing, testing, assessing. The temperature plummeted, and he shivered, not from the cold alone, but from a primal fear that seized him to the core. The ground beneath his feet seemed to soften, becoming less solid, less real, as if the very earth itself were melting away beneath the power of the unseen entity. Then he saw it. Not a monstrous shape, not a grotesque being from nightmares, but something else. Something beyond human comprehension. It was a pulsating mass of emerald light, contained within the vortex, a sphere of pure, malevolent energy, radiating an aura of unimaginable power. Within this sphere, images flickered, visions of past occupants of the lighthouse, their faces contorted in agony, their eyes filled with a chilling, desperate plea. Faces that seemed both familiar and alien. He saw fleeting glimpses of the cryptic symbols he'd encountered in his journal, twisting and writhing within the sphere, like living things, dancing to a rhythm only they could understand. He felt the knowledge, or the threat of knowledge, penetrate his mind, a flood of terrible information pushing against the barriers of his sanity, a torrent of ancient secrets and horrific truths. The sheer scale of the entity's power was staggering, overwhelming, capable of crushing his mind with a single thought. The voices intensified, turning from a chorus into individual screams, each voice a testament to the entity's horrific power. There were the cries of the lost, the tormented, the consumed, a symphony of suffering that echoed through the ages. He felt their despair, their pain, as if they were his own. The feeling was immense, a weight that pressed down on him, threatening to crush his spirit and soul. He tried to pull away, to flee the vortex's pull, but his body refused to obey. He was trapped, caught in its irresistible embrace, a helpless observer to the entity's chilling power. His will, his sanity, seemed to crumble before the sheer might of this ancient being. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the vision ceased. The mist receded, the emerald light vanished, leaving behind only the relentless pounding of the waves and the howling wind. Thomas collapsed to his knees, his body trembling, his mind reeling. The encounter had left him drained, hollowed out, yet strangely peaceful. The terror had been replaced by a chilling acceptance. He had seen the true face of the darkness that haunted the lighthouse, and it had broken him. The resistance had crumbled, leaving behind a terrifying calm. He understood now. The unseen force was not merely a malevolent entity, it was the embodiment of the isolation, the despair, the fear that preyed on the vulnerable, turning their lives into agonizing nightmares. It had fed on the lighthouse's inhabitants, their suffering adding to the entity's strength, its power. He had seen the past victims, felt their torment, witnessed the horrifying culmination of their struggles. He was now part of that history. There would be no rescue, no escape. Only the slow, inevitable embrace of the darkness, the blending of his own suffering into the entity's malevolent energy. He looked out at the raging sea, the storm mirroring the tempest within his soul. The lighthouse stood tall, silent against the onslaught of the elements, a silent sentinel to the unseen horror that had claimed it as its own. He was no longer afraid. Fear had been replaced by a numb acceptance, a final surrender to the chilling, inescapable reality. He was not just alone in the lighthouse, but alone in the world, within the vast and endless expanse of the ocean, within the terrifying abyss of despair and death, soon to become another whisper on the wind, another scream consumed by the roaring ocean. He was one with the vortex now, a part of the entity, lost to the vast, consuming darkness. He was merely waiting for the inevitable. The storm raged on, a furious beast unleashed upon the unforgiving ocean. The lighthouse, a solitary sentinel against the tempest, seemed to shudder under the relentless assault of wind and wave. Inside, Thomas remained, a broken figure slumped against the cold, damp stone. The vortex, the swirling emerald eye of the storm, had vanished, leaving behind an unnerving silence, a void where unimaginable power had once resided. His mind, once a tempest of fear and desperation, was now a bleak, desolate landscape, devoid of hope. The terror had been replaced by an unsettling calm, a chilling acceptance of his fate. He felt no physical pain, only an emptiness, a hollowness that echoed the vastness of the ocean surrounding him. The visions he'd witnessed, the faces contorted in agony, the cryptic symbols writhing like living things, remained etched upon his memory, a horrifying tableau that replayed endlessly in the silent chambers of his mind. He had glimpsed the true nature of the entity, the horrifying culmination of despair and suffering, the embodiment of isolation itself. It had not been a monster of flesh and bone, but something far more insidious, a malignant force woven from the very fabric of fear and loneliness. He attempted to rise, to move, but his body refused to obey. A leaden weight seemed to anchor him to the spot, the very stones of the lighthouse clinging to him, holding him captive in this desolate purgatory. His journal lay open beside him, its pages filled with cryptic symbols, now illuminated with a ghastly new significance. He understood them now, not as random scribblings, but as a chronicle of the lighthouse's tormented past, a testament to the entity's unrelenting hunger. Each symbol represented a victim, their suffering woven into the entity's malevolent tapestry. Days blurred into weeks. The storm eventually subsided, leaving behind a sullen, gray sea, mirroring the lifelessness within him. The rhythmic crash of waves against the rocks was a constant, unrelenting reminder of his isolation, a morbid metronome counting down to his inevitable end. He continued to exist, but only in the most rudimentary sense. His body was a vessel, a shell containing a void where once a vibrant, living soul had resided. He no longer felt the pangs of hunger or thirst. The basic human needs that had once driven him had been extinguished, replaced by a profound apathy, a detached acceptance of his grim fate. The food stores were long gone, but he felt no urge to search for sustenance. The limited water supply had been exhausted, but he felt no debilitating thirst. His body seemed to function solely on instinct, a biological machine moving through the motions of life, devoid of any true purpose or meaning. He would sit for hours, staring out at the unforgiving expanse of the ocean, watching the gulls circle overhead, their cries seemingly mocking his silent despair. He would trace the cryptic symbols in his journal, their chilling significance now deeply embedded within his consciousness. He would repeat the whispers he had heard, the chorus of agony and rage, their meaning now burned into his soul. The lighthouse itself felt different now, not merely a cold, desolate structure, but an extension of the entity, a vessel through which its malevolent energy flowed. The very stones seemed to pulse with a faint, chilling hum, a testament to the malevolent power that resided within its walls. He was no longer a prisoner of the lighthouse, but a part of it, intertwined with its macabre history, its desolate fate. One day, a ship appeared on the horizon. A small fishing trawler, dwarfed by the immensity of the ocean, approached the lighthouse. Thomas watched it draw nearer, its silhouette a black speck against the gray canvas of the sea. Hope flickered within him, a dying ember in the ashes of his despair. For a brief moment, the dormant human within him stirred, longing for rescue, for escape from the suffocating weight of his despair. But the longing passed quickly. As the trawler grew closer, he realized the futility of hope. They would not see him. They would not hear his pleas, even if he could muster the strength to utter them. He was a ghost in a desolate place, a silent figure blending with the gray stone of the lighthouse, an inseparable part of the chilling story it silently told. His existence was a whisper in the wind, a ripple in the endless ocean. The trawler passed the lighthouse, its course unalteringly fixed. The ship's crew was unaware of his presence, of the chilling story concealed within the lighthouse's withered stones. They were unaware of the entity, its insatiable hunger, its chilling power. They were oblivious to the silent scream echoing from the heart of the storm, the despair that pulsed within the silent, abandoned sentinel of the sea. Thomas remained, a silent observer to the ship's departure, a specter clinging to the ancient stones, a prisoner of the entity, bound to the lighthouse by an invisible chain forged in suffering and despair. He was a part of the lighthouse's chilling legacy, his story etched into its stones, another whisper in the eternal song of the sea, another soul lost to the vast, unforgiving wilderness. The ambiguity of his fate, his silent existence, his merging with the very essence of the lighthouse and the entity, a haunting reminder that some horrors leave a far more lasting impression. an unspoken terror clinging to the edges of the reader's mind long after the book has been closed. The ending was not a conclusion, but a continuation, a perpetual state of dread and unspoken horror. He was still there, lost to the sea, lost to the lighthouse, lost to the vortex, lost to the endless, chilling expanse of the unknown. His story was not over, it was merely waiting to be discovered by the next unsuspecting soul lured by the siren song of isolation and the beckoning allure of the sea. Story 5, The Cave of Whispers. The air hung heavy and still, a damp chill clinging to the skin despite the exertion of their descent. Headlamps cut swaths through the oppressive darkness, revealing slick, glistening walls of rock that seemed to breathe. Each drip of water echoed, magnified in the cavern's belly, a relentless percussion against the silence. This was the Cave of Whispers, a place whispered about in hushed tones by locals, a labyrinth of subterranean passages notorious for its unsettling acoustics and the unnerving sense of being watched. Initially, the thrill of exploration had dominated. Liam, the experienced spelunker leading the group, pointed out formations of stalactites and stalagmites, their shapes suggestive of grotesque figures frozen in time. Sarah, ever the photographer, captured images, her flash momentarily illuminating the cavern's intricate detail before plunging them back into an almost tangible darkness. Mark, the cautious one, checked their equipment repeatedly, his apprehension barely concealed beneath a veneer of bravado. And then there was Emily, the newest member, her initial enthusiasm gradually replaced by a growing unease that mirrored the darkening corridors around them. As they moved deeper, the echoes grew more pronounced, less like the natural reverberations of sound and more like whispers, fragmented phrases carried on the wind, or perhaps something else entirely. They strained to decipher the sounds, their imaginations filling in the gaps, weaving a tapestry of dread. It started subtly, a rustling sound that could have been wind or shifting rock, but soon escalated. Sounds of footsteps, even though they knew they were alone, a low moan that seemed to emanate from the very stone itself, and then the whispers, clearer now, indistinguishable words that brushed against the edge of comprehension before dissolving into the darkness. The claustrophobic nature of the cave began to weigh heavily on their minds. The passage narrowed, forcing them to proceed in single file, their bodies brushing against damp, cold rock. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. The scent of earth and stone was overpowering, mingled with a strange, musty odor that prickled their nostrils and raised goosebumps on their arms. Emily, lagging behind, whispered a question about turning back, but her voice was swallowed by the echoing whispers, lost in the vastness of the unseen. Liam, ever the pragmatist, dismissed their fears as the product of exhaustion and overactive imaginations. He pointed out the beauty of a particularly striking formation, a towering column of glistening crystal that seemed to catch and refract the light, creating a mesmerizing display. But even his attempted reassurance seemed hollow in the face of the growing unease. The whispers intensified, seemingly closing in around them, their disembodied voices a chilling chorus that spoke of untold horrors. They stumbled upon a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in the impenetrable darkness above. The air here was noticeably colder, a palpable chill that permeated their bones. The whispers were louder, more insistent, and now accompanied by a strange, rhythmic tapping sound that seemed to originate from all directions at once. Mark, his fear finally breaking through his facade of bravery, felt a cold hand clamp down on his shoulder. He spun around, expecting to find one of his companions, but only found the empty darkness, its silence amplified by the oppressive rhythm of the tapping. Sarah, her usual composure shaken, pointed to a series of symbols etched into the cave wall. They resembled no known language, an alien script that seemed to writhe and shift before their eyes. As they studied them, a wave of nausea washed over them, a sudden, intense feeling of dread that left them weak and breathless. The whispers intensified, as if reacting to their scrutiny, coalescing into a low, guttural drone that resonated deep within their chests. The tapping quickened, its cadence becoming more frantic, more insistent. The darkness held something, they were sure of it. A presence that moved and breathed, a creature that existed in the shadows beyond their lights, and the spaces between the whispers and the tapping. They tried to continue, pushing further into the chamber, but it was as if the very cave resisted their progress. They encountered a series of near impassable crevices, narrow tunnels that seemed to twist and turn in an endless maze. They felt like they were being guided, or rather misled, pushed deeper into the heart of the cave's darkness, further into the realm of the unseen. Hours bled into what felt like an eternity. Their supplies dwindled, their hope along with them. The whispers seemed to know their innermost fears, their doubts and anxieties reflected back in a chilling symphony of disjointed sounds. They had not been merely exploring a cave, they were being tested, their sanity challenged, their very being examined by the unseen force lurking in the darkness. Exhaustion finally took hold. Liam, his voice hoarse from shouting into the echoing void, suggested they rest. They huddled together, their bodies trembling not just from the cold, but from a primal fear that resonated deep within their souls. As they sat in the chilling silence, a strange luminosity began to emanate from the walls of the chamber, a soft, ethereal light that seemed to pulse with a rhythm that mirrored the relentless tapping. The symbols on the wall glowed, their alien script now clear, easily readable, although incomprehensible. They were not just symbols, they were warnings, grim pronouncements of what awaited those who dared to trespass. The whispers intensified, now a cacophony of voices, voices of pain, voices of terror, voices that spoke of a dark entity, a creature of unimaginable horror that slumbered in the heart of the cave, waiting to consume those who dared to awaken it. Their fear transcended the physical. It was a psychological assault, the cave itself reaching into their minds, probing their deepest vulnerabilities. They were alone, utterly and irrevocably alone, trapped in a realm beyond human comprehension, facing a darkness that was not just physical but spiritual, a profound despair that threatened to engulf them entirely. The cave was not just a place, but a state of being, a descent into the primal fear of isolation, a journey into the darkest recesses of the human psyche. And as they sat in the eerie glow, their minds struggling to grasp the enormity of their predicament, they heard a final whisper, clear and unmistakable this time, a whisper that echoed in their minds, chilling them to their very core. It was a voice that threatened to consume them from the inside out, to twist and distort their very being until they were nothing more than empty vessels for the nameless horror that resided in the Cave of Whispers. The true nature of the cave, and its unseen guardians, would remain a terrifying secret, buried in the cold, dark heart of the earth, awaiting its next victims. The ordeal had transformed them, irrevocably altering their perception of the world, and leaving an indelible mark of terror on their souls. They escaped eventually, but the whispers remained, a haunting echo in the silent chambers of their minds, a constant reminder of the terrifying journey into the abyss. The experience was far more than a spelunking expedition. It was a descent into the primal darkness of the human soul. The cave would never release them completely. Its whispers would always follow them home. The rhythmic dripping of water, once a mere background hum, now morphed into a sinister percussion, each drop a hammer blow against the fragile calm. The whispers started subtly, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of unseen wings or the sigh of some ancient, slumbering beast. They were fragmented, disjointed sounds, snatches of words that seemed to dance on the periphery of understanding, teasing the mind with the promise of meaning, only to dissolve into the echoing silence. One moment, they'd hear a word, or what sounded like a word, a guttural moan, a whispered plea, a chilling laugh. The next, it would be gone, swallowed by the cavern's vastness, leaving behind only a chilling emptiness. Were they truly hearing voices, or was it simply the play of acoustics, the trickery of the mind playing cruel games in the oppressive darkness? Liam, ever the scientist, attempted a rational explanation. He attributed the whispers to the peculiar geology of the cave, the way sound waves bounced and refracted off the irregular surfaces, creating an illusion of voices. But even he seemed unconvinced by his own words, a flicker of unease betraying the mask of stoic pragmatism he usually maintained. His voice, usually steady and reassuring, trembled slightly as he spoke, his headlamp beam nervously scanning the shadowy recesses of the chamber. Sarah, usually so composed and focused, found her hand shaking as she tried to adjust her camera settings. The whispers seemed to intensify whenever she activated the flash, as if the light itself was disturbing something that preferred to dwell in the shadows. The photographs she took, later examined in the harsh light of day, revealed nothing unusual, only the stark, cold reality of the cave's interior. Yet, the feeling of being watched, of being observed by unseen eyes, lingered persistently, a cold dread settling deep within her bones. Mark, who had initially tried to maintain a brave face, was visibly shaken. His usually confident demeanor was replaced by a palpable fear, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The whispers seemed to target him specifically, their intensity increasing whenever he spoke, his attempts at reassurance dissolving into panicked murmurs. He claimed to feel a cold touch on his arm, a fleeting pressure that left him trembling, but when he looked, he saw nothing but the cold, unyielding rock. The others tried to dismiss it as nerves, but the unsettling feeling lingered in the air, palpable and undeniable. Emily, the least experienced member of the group, was succumbing to a full-blown panic attack. She clung to Liam, her eyes wide with terror, her body shaking uncontrollably. The whispers were relentless, a cacophony of sounds, close enough to feel them, to feel the vibrations in their bones. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, a chilling chorus that reflected their deepest fears and anxieties. The claustrophobic effect of the cave, already intense, was now amplified tenfold by the unsettling sounds. Each twist and turn of the passage, each shadow cast by their headlamps, felt imbued with a sinister intent. The air grew heavy and still, the silence between the whispers more frightening than the whispers themselves, pregnant with a sense of foreboding. As they pressed deeper into the cave's heart, the whispers began to coalesce, forming patterns, recognizable phrases that seemed to rise and fall with a chilling rhythm. Words of warning, words of despair, words that painted a gruesome picture of what lay ahead. They heard whispers of death, of torment, of unspeakable horrors lurking just beyond the reach of their light. The tapping sound, which had initially seemed like a minor annoyance, became increasingly prominent, a relentless rhythm that pounded against their eardrums, a constant reminder of their isolation and vulnerability. It emanated from all directions simultaneously, echoing off the cave walls, creating a disorienting effect that made it impossible to pinpoint its source. The symbols etched on the cave walls, previously indecipherable, now seemed to glow with an internal light, pulsing in time with the rhythmic tapping. They formed words, or what seemed to be words, a language ancient and alien, hinting at a history of terror and suffering. As they stared at the symbols, the whispers intensified, transforming into a guttural chant, a terrifying incantation that seemed to shake the very foundations of the cave. The air grew colder, a chilling breeze that swept through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and something else, something indescribably foul and ancient. The temperature plummeted, the cold seeping into their bones, a primal fear gripping their hearts. They were no longer just exploring a cave, they were immersed in a living nightmare. The cave itself seemed to be alive, sentient, aware of their presence, its whispers and tap-tap-tapping a form of communication, a malevolent greeting from a creature of darkness that reveled in their terror. A sense of impending doom settled over them, a palpable weight that pressed down on their chests, making it difficult to breathe. Their supplies dwindled, their hope fading with each passing moment. They were trapped, caught in a relentless game of cat and mouse, pursued by an unseen entity that played with their minds, feeding on their fear. The whispers were a symphony of their darkest fears, a chilling mirror reflecting their vulnerability and despair. Liam, his voice raspy and strained, tried to maintain order, but his efforts were futile. The cave's relentless assault had broken through their veneer of courage, revealing the primal fear that lurked beneath. Their rationality shattered, leaving them vulnerable, exposed to the terrifying reality of their situation. The whispers were now not just sounds, but a psychological assault, a relentless wave of terror that threatened to drown them in its depths. Their escape, when it finally came, was more a desperate scramble than a strategic retreat. They fled blindly, their minds consumed by terror, their bodies fueled by adrenaline. The whispers followed them, echoing in their ears long after they emerged from the cave's oppressive darkness. The experience left an indelible scar on their souls, a terrifying reminder of the unseen horrors that lurk in the silent depths of the earth, and the primal fear that can shatter even the strongest minds. The Cave of Whispers had claimed a piece of them, a fragment of their sanity, leaving behind only a haunting echo of fear that would forever resonate within their tormented minds. The rhythmic tapping continued, a relentless pulse against the silence, now punctuated by the whispers that seemed to shift and change, morphing from indistinct murmurs into almost intelligible phrases, then back again to a chaotic cacophony. The sense of direction, already tenuous in the labyrinthine passages, vanished entirely. Liam, his headlamp beam cutting a swathe through the darkness, found himself constantly correcting his course, only to realize he was retracing his steps. The cave seemed to shift and breathe around them, the walls subtly altering their positions, or so it felt. Sarah, her camera useless against the oppressive darkness, felt a growing sense of nausea. Each photograph she attempted only served to intensify the disorientation, the flash momentarily illuminating twisting passages that vanished as quickly as they appeared. She gripped Mark's arm, her knuckles white, feeling the tremors of his fear mirroring her own. The constant shifting of the ground beneath their feet, subtle yet undeniable, added to the unsettling atmosphere. Was it a tremor, a shift in the earth itself, or simply the relentless playing of their anxieties upon their senses? Mark, his eyes wide with a terror that went beyond simple fear, stumbled, his hand brushing against the slick, cold surface. He recoiled with a gasp, his breath catching in his throat. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a guttural moan that seemed to come from the very rock beneath their feet. He pointed, his finger trembling, towards a shadowed alcove, but even Liam, with his powerful headlamp, could not discern any detail within its deep recesses. The shadows within seemed to writhe and shift, mimicking the movement of unseen creatures. It was the unknown, the unseen, that fueled their fear, the uncertainty of what lurked just outside the circle of their light. Emily, huddled in the center of the group, had retreated into a silent panic. Her whimpers were barely audible, lost in the relentless symphony of tapping and whispers. The disorientation affected her most profoundly. She seemed unable to distinguish between reality and hallucination, her eyes darting wildly, her body shaking violently. Liam tried to comfort her, but his own grip was weakening, the relentless pressure of the cave's psychological assault wearing him down. He found himself struggling to maintain his own sense of place, the familiar comfort of logic and reason dissolving into the chaos of the unknown. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something indefinably ancient and foul, like the stench of decay emanating from a tomb. The temperature continued to drop, the cold seeping into their bones, its icy tendrils wrapping around them, tightening its grip. It was a cold that permeated not just their bodies, but their very souls, a chilling reminder of their vulnerability in the face of nature's raw, indifferent power. The disorientation intensified, blurring the lines between reality and delusion. They could no longer trust their own senses. They tried to retrace their steps, but each turn seemed to lead them deeper into the labyrinthine heart of the cave, as if the passages themselves were shifting and rearranging, mocking their attempts at escape. The symbols on the walls, previously mere curious markings, seemed to writhe and change before their eyes, their alien script shifting and transforming, mocking their attempts at understanding. Time became meaningless. Hours bled into each other, the relentless tapping and whispers creating a distorted sense of temporal perception. Was it minutes or days? The boundaries of time dissolved, lost in the oppressive darkness and the psychological assault of the cave. The only measure of their experience was the slow, steady depletion of their dwindling supplies, a tangible reminder of their increasing desperation. The whispers, at times almost conversational, seemed to prey on their deepest fears. They heard echoes of their past traumas, whispers of their greatest regrets. The voice of a loved one lost, a past failure, the weight of unspoken guilt, each whispered phrase, each fragmented memory, a razor-sharp blade slicing through their sanity. The cave seemed to be reading their minds, feeding on their vulnerabilities, and using their fears against them. Liam tried to utilize his scientific mind, attempting to rationalize the phenomena. He suggested that the echoing sound, combined with the peculiar geology of the cave, created a phantasmagoric auditory illusion, playing tricks on their minds. However, even he had to acknowledge the growing sense of dread, the creeping horror that defied all logical explanations. The shifting passages, the ever-changing symbols, the palpable sense of being watched, these experiences stretched the limits of rational thinking. Sarah's attempts to document their experience had failed miserably. Her camera, initially a tool for recording their adventure, now only captured the ever-changing darkness, images of shifting shadows that had no place in reality. The photographs, when viewed in the daylight, revealed only meaningless blurs. She felt like the cave was mocking her efforts, turning her tools against her. Mark's breakdown was complete. His rational mind had collapsed under the relentless psychological assault. His incoherent ramblings echoed the chaos within the cave, the whispers seemingly feeding on his terror, growing louder, more distinct, more malevolent with each passing moment. His panic became contagious, spreading like a disease among the group. Emily's state had worsened. She was completely unresponsive, her eyes glazed over, staring blankly into the void. She seemed to be caught in some sort of trance, her body limp, her breathing shallow and irregular. The whispers seemed to surround her, enveloping her in a web of sound that seemed to draw her closer to the cave's sinister heart. The final straw was the complete loss of their sense of direction. Even Liam's compass spun wildly, its needle darting erratically, unable to find north. They were lost, not just in the maze-like passages of the cave, but also in their own minds. Their perception of space and time had become hopelessly distorted, the once familiar world transformed into a nightmarish landscape that defied logic and reason. The cave had become a sentient entity, manipulating their perceptions, trapping them in a psychological cage of its own making. Their escape seemed impossible. The very structure of the cave seemed to conspire against them, its oppressive darkness, the eerie whispers, and the disorienting layout working in concert to break their minds. They were trapped in a psychological labyrinth, with each turn leading only to further confusion and terror. The darkness itself became an entity, a malevolent presence that fed on their fear and despair. It was a living, breathing nightmare, and there seemed to be no escape from its suffocating embrace. The whispers, the tapping, the disorientation, all these elements worked together to create an experience of such intense terror that it pushed them to the very brink of sanity. They were lost not just in the cave, but also within themselves. The rhythmic tapping ceased abruptly, replaced by a silence so profound it felt like a physical weight pressing down on them. The whispers, however, intensified, coalescing into a low, guttural moan that resonated deep within their chests, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the very bones of the cave itself. Then, a new sound emerged, a scraping, a slithering, as if something vast and unseen were moving through the passages just beyond the reach of their light. Fear, raw and primal, seized them. Liam, despite his attempts at rationalization, felt a cold dread grip his heart. His headlamp beam danced nervously across the walls, searching for any sign of the source of the unsettling sounds, but the darkness remained impenetrable, a void that seemed to swallow the light. The symbols on the walls appeared to writhe and pulsate, their alien script shifting and reforming with sickening speed, as if mocking their attempts to comprehend their surroundings. Sarah clutched her camera, her fingers numb with cold and fear. She tried to focus, to capture the source of the scraping sound, but her hand trembled uncontrollably. The camera lens fogged over with her breath, mirroring the blurring of her vision. The oppressive darkness seemed to press in on her, crushing her spirit, suffocating her hope. Mark, his mind fractured by the relentless psychological assault, let out a strangled cry. He pointed a shaking finger towards a narrow fissure in the wall, a crack barely visible in the gloom. From within, a faint, phosphorescent glow emanated, pulsing faintly, like a malevolent heartbeat. The glow seemed to writhe and shift, expanding and contracting, a mesmerizing and terrifying spectacle that drew them in like moths to a flame. Emily, her eyes vacant, remained unresponsive, her body limp as if devoid of life. The whispers seemed to focus on her, weaving a hypnotic spell, drawing her closer to the fissure, to the pulsating light. The others watched in horrified fascination, helpless to intervene, as she seemed to drift towards the source of the unsettling energy. The scraping sound grew louder, more insistent, accompanied by a low, guttural growl that sent shivers down their spines. The air grew heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth and something else, something indescribably ancient and foul, a stench of decay that choked them. The temperature plummeted, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into their very souls. Liam, summoning every ounce of his courage and remaining rationality, cautiously approached the fissure. The phosphorescent glow intensified as he drew closer, revealing a glimpse of a vast, subterranean chamber beyond. The chamber was shrouded in shadow, but Liam could make out enormous, shapeless forms within, their outlines indistinct, yet undeniably massive and menacing. The scraping sound seemed to emanate from these shadowy forms, a chilling symphony of movement in the darkness. As Liam peered into the abyss, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread, a profound awareness of his own insignificance in the face of something far older and more powerful than humanity. The whispers intensified, coalescing into a chorus of voices, each voice a different tone of terror, each phrase a different manifestation of his deepest fears. He felt a pressure against his mind, a probing, invasive energy that sought to penetrate his thoughts, to consume his very essence. Suddenly, a tendril of something cold and slimy reached out from the fissure, a grotesque appendage that snaked towards Liam with terrifying speed. He recoiled in horror, stumbling backward, his headlamp falling from his grasp, plunging them into deeper darkness. The tendril retreated as quickly as it had appeared, disappearing back into the abyss. A scream ripped through the silence, Sarah screamed. Liam turned, his heart pounding in his chest, searching frantically for her in the darkness. He could hear her struggling, her gasps for breath interspersed with muffled cries of terror. He stumbled towards the sound, his hands outstretched, reaching blindly for her in the suffocating darkness. He found her, caught in the fissure, her legs trapped by something unseen, something cold and slimy. She struggled to free herself, but it held her fast, its grip tightening with each desperate attempt at escape. Liam tried to pull her free, but the unseen force resisted, its strength terrifyingly immense. The other two were frozen, paralyzed by fear, their screams choked by the oppressive atmosphere. Liam fought with a desperate fury, his own fear battling with his determination to save his friend. He pulled, he strained, but the unseen entity held fast, its power unwavering, its grip relentless. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the unseen force released Sarah. She collapsed, limp and sobbing, into Liam's arms. The phosphorescent glow in the fissure dimmed, and the scraping sound faded into silence. The whispers, however, lingered, a haunting echo in the oppressive stillness of the cave. They retreated, scrambling back the way they had come, their escape as frantic and haphazard as their entry. They didn't stop until they reached the mouth of the cave, stumbling out into the chilling night air, their minds reeling, their bodies shaking, their spirits broken. The experience had left an indelible mark, a chilling reminder of the terrifying power that lurks unseen in the depths of the earth, a power that could easily break a human mind and spirit. The night sky, now devoid of its former comfort, reflected the utter terror they had endured in the Cave of Whispers, a nightmare that would haunt their memories forever. The silence of the forest, once reassuring, was now filled with a terrible, unnerving emptiness. They were left not just with physical scars, but with the unshakable conviction that they had glimpsed something truly ancient and malevolent, something that dwelled in a realm beyond human comprehension, something that would forever remain a dark stain on the fabric of their reality. The encounter, etched indelibly into their minds, would irrevocably alter their perceptions of the wilderness, its beauty forever shadowed by the memory of the unseen horrors that reside within its heart. The Cave of Whispers had stolen a piece of their souls, leaving them forever changed, forever haunted by the whispers of the darkness. The world around them no longer felt safe. It felt watched, waiting, biding its time, until it once again claimed more victims in the depths of the silent, ancient cave. The air outside tasted sharp and clean after the suffocating, ancient stench of the cave. Liam coughed, the sound rattling in his chest, a stark contrast to the hushed whispers that still echoed in his mind. Sarah clung to him, her body trembling, her breath shallow and ragged. Mark and Emily, their faces pale and drawn, stumbled along beside them, their movements jerky and uncoordinated, like puppets with severed strings. They were silent, the silence more terrifying than any scream, a silence thick with unspoken terror and the weight of what they had witnessed. The moon, a skeletal fingernail in the inky sky, cast long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like the phantoms they'd left behind. The familiar sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of crickets, now seemed alien, ominous. Each snap of a twig sounded like the slithering of something unseen, each rustle of leaves the approach of something monstrous. They moved blindly, propelled by a primal instinct for self-preservation. Their escape hadn't been a triumphant sprint, it had been a desperate scramble, a chaotic retreat fueled by adrenaline and terror. The narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person to squeeze through, had felt like a gauntlet, an obstacle course designed by a malevolent entity intent on claiming more victims. They'd felt the unseen tendrils brushing against them, the cold, slimy touch a constant, chilling reminder of what lurked in the darkness just beyond the light of their headlamps. Several times, they had almost fallen, their clumsy steps betraying their exhaustion and the persistent fear that clung to them like a shroud. Liam, despite his attempts at maintaining order, could feel his own sense of reason starting to fracture. He could almost hear the whispers again, a malevolent chorus weaving their deepest fears and insecurities into a horrifying tapestry. The escape from the physical confines of the cave felt as perilous as their journey through its dark heart. The terrain was treacherous, the ground uneven, strewn with rocks and roots. They stumbled and fell repeatedly, scraping their knees and hands, inflicting minor injuries that they barely registered in their desperate flight. The fear, raw and immediate, dulled the pain. As they moved further from the cave's mouth, the forest seemed to press in on them, the trees looming like menacing figures, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The darkness, once a familiar comfort, now felt like an oppressive weight, smothering them, making them feel hunted, vulnerable. The whispers, though less tangible now, remained, a low, persistent hum that resonated in the deep recesses of their minds. Reaching the familiar clearing, they collapsed, their bodies spent, their minds reeling. The relief was fleeting, quickly replaced by an even deeper sense of dread. The narrow escape hadn't brought with it any sense of closure or safety. Instead, it intensified the uncertainty, the fear, the profound sense of unease. They had glimpsed something beyond comprehension, something that defied human understanding, and the experience had irrevocably altered them. They were no longer the same individuals who had entered the cave. The cave had stripped them bare, exposing their vulnerabilities, their deepest fears, their utter insignificance in the face of a power far older and more sinister than they could ever have imagined. The silence that followed was broken only by their ragged breaths and the occasional sob. They looked at each other, their faces illuminated by the faint moonlight, their eyes reflecting the horror they had witnessed. They saw in each other's eyes not just the physical exhaustion but also the chilling imprint of the unseen horrors they had encountered, the psychological trauma that would forever haunt them. The escape, they realized, was only the first step. The deeper, more enduring struggle was the battle to confront the lingering psychological impact of their ordeal, the battle to reclaim their sanity from the clutches of the Cave of Whispers. The unseen entity in the cave may not have physically claimed them, but it had stolen something far more valuable, their peace of mind. Mark, usually the most rational of the group, had retreated into a stunned silence, his gaze fixed on some distant point, his eyes reflecting a horror that went beyond the fear of death. Emily, still pale and withdrawn, remained largely unresponsive, as if the cave had stolen something fundamental from her, leaving her an empty shell, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. Sarah, huddled in Liam's embrace, kept shivering, her body trembling with the lingering cold of the cave and the deep-seated trauma she had experienced. She spoke of a profound sense of being watched, of feeling unseen eyes upon them, even now, outside of the confines of the cave. Liam tried to comfort them, but his words felt hollow, inadequate. He could feel the weight of their fear, the unspoken terror that hung heavy between them, a tangible entity in the quiet of the clearing. Their escape from the cave had only magnified their vulnerability, their exposure to the darker side of the world, the primal forces that existed beyond human comprehension. The memory of the phosphorescent glow, the slithering tendrils, the shapeless, monstrous forms in the subterranean chamber, played on repeat in Liam's mind, the images vivid and disturbingly real. He could still feel the unsettling cold, the bone-chilling temperature that seemed to seep into his very soul, and the relentless whispers that assaulted his mind, a terrifying symphony of fear. As dawn approached, painting the sky with pale streaks of gray and pink, they began the arduous trek back to civilization, their steps slow and deliberate, their movements marked by a lingering sense of dread. The forest, once a source of comfort and serenity, now felt hostile, menacing, a place of lurking horrors. The familiar sounds of nature, the birdsong, the rustling leaves, the babbling brook, were now infused with an ominous undertone, a constant reminder of their harrowing experience. They reached the edge of the forest, the familiar sight of the road a small victory, but the relief was tempered by the knowledge that they would never truly escape the Cave of Whispers. The cave would remain etched in their minds, an indelible scar, a constant reminder of their encounter with the darker side of the world, a chilling testament to the unseen horrors that lurk in the unexplored depths of nature. Their escape had been a narrow one, but the true battle, the battle for their minds and souls, had only just begun. The whispers, silent now but forever present, remained, a haunting echo of their nightmarish journey into the heart of darkness. The physical scars would heal, but the psychological wounds, the chilling memories, would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The wilderness, once a place of awe and wonder, had been irrevocably tainted, forever shadowed by the memory of the Cave of Whispers and its unseen horrors. Their escape was incomplete. They had survived physically, but the true price of their ordeal was yet to be fully measured. The future held an uncertain and chilling prospect. the memories of the cave clinging to them like a suffocating shroud, a constant reminder of the unseen terrors that lurk in the darkest corners of the world. Story 6. The Frozen Lake. The crisp winter air bit at their exposed skin, a stark contrast to the clammy chill that had clung to them in the cave. The sun, a weak, watery disk in the pale sky, offered little warmth, its rays barely penetrating the dense canopy of snow-laden pines. They walked in silence, the shared trauma binding them together in a fragile unity, their steps crunching on the frozen ground, the sound oddly comforting in its familiarity after the unnerving silence of the cave. Liam, leading the way, felt the icy wind whip around him, a physical manifestation of the unseen dread that still clung to the edges of his consciousness. He glanced back at Sarah, Mark, and Emily, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and apprehension. Sarah, still pale and trembling, clung to a small, battered backpack, her eyes wide and darting, constantly scanning the surrounding woods. Mark, his usually jovial demeanor replaced by a grim silence, trudged along with his head bowed, his gaze fixed on the ground. Emily, her movements stiff and robotic, seemed to be moving through a daze, her eyes devoid of their usual sparkle. They had agreed to head towards Blackwood Lake, a decision reached with a morbid sense of necessity. It was a remote location, far removed from the main trail, known for its stunning beauty and treacherous ice in winter. The prospect of solitude and the opportunity to clear their heads had been the main motivator. Blackwood Lake, with its serene and frozen surface, offered a stark, icy canvas against which they hoped to paint a fresh chapter in their lives, a chapter free from the suffocating memories of the Cave of Whispers. However, the grim reality now lay in the uncertainty that such an escape was even possible. The journey was arduous. The snow, deep and powdery in places, made each step a struggle. The biting wind, laden with icy needles, stung their faces, and the relentless cold seeped into their bones, numbing their limbs and sapping their strength. They were beyond exhaustion, their bodies aching, their spirits weighed down by the lingering shadow of their ordeal. Yet, they pressed on, driven by a desperate need to escape, to find solace in the solitude of the wilderness, a solitude that ironically felt both comforting and terrifying in equal measure. As they approached the lake, the trees thinned, revealing a breathtaking vista. Blackwood Lake stretched before them, a vast expanse of ice, its surface flawlessly smooth, reflecting the pale light of the sky like a mirror. The surrounding landscape was pristine and untouched, a scene of stark beauty, an almost surreal picture postcard. The air was silent, save for the gentle whisper of the wind and the occasional crackle of the ice beneath their feet. But the beauty was deceptive. Beneath that flawless surface lurked a hidden threat, a danger they were only beginning to comprehend. The seemingly tranquil atmosphere was a thin veil, masking a lurking menace, a cold, brutal reality that would soon become painfully clear. The silence felt heavy, pregnant with unseen possibilities. The very stillness of the lake, its deceptive calm, held a disturbing sense of foreboding, enhancing the suspense, the feeling of anticipation, of impending doom. As they stepped onto the ice, a wave of icy cold surged up from the ground, making them involuntarily shiver. The surface, although seemingly solid, felt strangely unstable under their weight. They moved cautiously, their steps measured and deliberate, each footfall a precarious gamble. The silence was punctuated only by the rhythmic creak of the ice, a sound that resonated with a subtle sense of foreboding, a constant reminder of the fragile boundary between the solid ground and the icy depths below. The beauty of the lake was now a backdrop for a mounting sense of unease. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long, skeletal shadows across the ice, twisting the landscape, making the familiar appear alien and threatening. The darkening sky reflected in the still surface of the lake, creating an ominous, distorted image that seemed to mirror their own tormented minds. The serenity that had once been so compelling was now profoundly unsettling. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound split the silence, sending a jolt of adrenaline through Liam's body. He stopped dead, his heart pounding in his chest, his eyes scanning the icy surface, searching for the source of the unsettling noise. Mark and Emily also froze, their faces pale, their bodies stiff with apprehension. Sarah let out a small gasp, her hand instinctively reaching for Liam's. The crack hadn't been a single isolated sound. It was followed by a series of subtle shifts and creaks, a symphony of impending collapse. The ice, under the weight of their combined presence, was beginning to show signs of stress. The serene, unblemished surface had transformed into a landscape of potential danger, a canvas of cracks and fissures spreading out like veins across a diseased heart. Panic threatened to engulf them, a cold dread that seemed to emanate not only from the ice itself, but also from the surrounding woods, which now felt menacing, alive with unseen threats. The very air around them crackled with anticipation. It wasn't just the ice, it was the feeling of being watched, of being prey, a feeling more terrifying than any physical danger. Liam, struggling to maintain his composure, gestured for them to remain calm. He knew that panic was their greatest enemy. Their ordeal in the cave had taught them the brutal reality of their own vulnerability in the face of the unknown. The serene beauty of the lake had vanished, replaced by a sense of impending doom, a chilling premonition of impending danger. The pristine, frozen surface held a hidden threat, a lurking danger that threatened to swallow them whole. They carefully retraced their steps, moving with agonizing slowness, each step a calculated risk, each creak of the ice a chilling reminder of their precarious situation. The darkening shadows stretched and warped, transforming familiar shapes into monstrous forms. The landscape seemed to shift and change around them, creating an illusion of constant motion, heightening the sense of paranoia. As the last rays of daylight faded, casting the landscape in a twilight gloom, a new sense of dread settled over them. The darkness, once familiar and comforting, now felt like an active force, a malevolent presence that seemed to press in on them from all sides. The cold intensified, penetrating to their very marrow. The serene beauty of the lake had been transformed into a terrifying landscape of ice and shadow. And beneath the ice, something waited. Something cold, something ancient, something hungry. The silence, once a comfort, was now a chilling, suffocating presence, filled with the silent promise of impending doom. The frozen lake, once a symbol of tranquil isolation, had become a cage of ice and shadow, their escape now uncertain, their survival a desperate gamble against the elements and the unseen horrors lurking beneath the ice. Their winter excursion had transformed into a desperate fight for survival, a battle against the unrelenting cold and the unspeakable terrors hidden beneath the frozen surface of Blackwood Lake. The chilling reality of their situation settled upon them like the encroaching darkness, leaving them trapped, isolated, and vulnerable in a nightmarish setting. The rhythmic creak of the ice, once a mere background sound, now dominated their senses, each groan and snap a stark reminder of their precarious situation. The seemingly solid surface beneath their feet felt increasingly unstable, the ice groaning under their weight like a wounded beast. Liam, ever watchful, led the way, his eyes constantly scanning the surface for any sign of weakness, any hint of the treacherous thin ice they had begun to encounter. It wasn't a gradual thinning. Rather, it was a patchwork of deceptively solid areas interspersed with patches of alarmingly fragile ice, hidden beneath a deceptive veneer of snow. A particularly ominous crack, louder and more resonant than the previous ones, echoed across the lake, causing them to freeze. A fissure, a jagged line of weakness, snaked across the ice before them, spreading like a dark vein across the otherwise pristine surface. It wasn't just a crack. It was a gaping chasm, a visible testament to the ice's fragility. The cold air hung heavy, amplified by their rising panic. Sarah, ever the most vulnerable, whimpered, her eyes wide with terror. She stumbled, her foot slipping slightly on a patch of hidden ice, sending a ripple of fear through the group. Liam quickly reached out, steadying her with a firm hand, his own heart pounding in his chest. He knew that one misstep, one misplaced foot, could send them plunging into the icy depths below. Mark, his face grim, pointed to a section of ice that looked marginally less treacherous. It was a narrow path, a tenuous bridge across a widening expanse of weakened ice. The journey across it felt like walking a tightrope, their lives hanging in the balance with every step. The seemingly endless stretch of this treacherous path tested their nerves, the icy air a constant threat to their lungs. Each crack and shift of the ice sounded like a death knell, pushing their desperation to its limit. The thin ice was no longer a subtle threat. It was a dominant force, dictating their every move. They moved with agonizing slowness, their steps measured, deliberate, each footfall a careful calculation of risk and reward. The cold, biting wind seemed to mock their struggle, a cruel reminder of their vulnerability. The sky, now a darkening canvas of twilight hues, cast long, distorted shadows that played tricks on their eyes, turning familiar shapes into monstrous illusions. As they progressed, the thin ice became more prevalent, the solid sections dwindling, leaving them navigating a maze of precarious paths. The creaking and groaning of the ice intensified, creating a constant soundtrack of suspense and dread. Their fear was not just of the cold, but of the unknown depths beneath the surface. What lurked below? The dark, silent water, cold and unforgiving, was a chilling reminder of the ultimate consequence of a misstep. Emily, who had been unusually quiet, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her foot had broken through a deceptively thin patch of ice, plunging her ankle deep into the freezing water. The icy water snaked around her ankle, a cruel serpent tightening its grip. The cry echoed across the vast, frozen expanse, the sound chilling in its isolation. Liam, Mark, and Sarah rushed to her side, their hearts pounding with fear and adrenaline. With a combined effort, they managed to pull Emily free, her leg numb and aching, the chilling water dripping from her soaked trousers. The incident served as a stark reminder of their precarious situation. They were not just battling the elements, they were battling a relentless, unforgiving adversary that could claim them at any moment. The thin ice was not just a physical obstacle, it was a symbol of their desperate struggle for survival. Their progress was now agonizingly slow. Each step was a careful, calculated maneuver, a delicate dance between life and death. They tested the ice before each step, probing cautiously with their poles, their faces etched with apprehension. The sun had almost completely disappeared, leaving them in the fading light of the twilight. The encroaching darkness seemed to amplify the tension, the cold seeping into their very bones. The silence between them was heavy, punctuated only by the rhythmic cracking of the ice and their strained breaths. Their ordeal had stripped them of their resilience, revealing the fragility of their human nature. The beauty of the lake, once captivating, now felt oppressive, a vast, unforgiving canvas of impending doom. The serenity had been replaced by a suffocating tension, a terrifying premonition of their impending demise. As the last vestiges of light disappeared, plunging them into darkness, they stumbled upon a particularly treacherous section of ice. A wide expanse of thin ice stretched before them, a seemingly impassable barrier to their escape. The surface was crisscrossed with cracks, fissures spreading like a web of doom, threatening to swallow them whole. Liam, his voice strained with exhaustion and fear, suggested they retrace their steps. The darkness, the cold, and the thinning ice had combined to create an insurmountable obstacle. They were trapped, encircled by a vast expanse of treacherous ice, their lives hanging precariously in the balance. The beautiful frozen lake had become their prison, their idyllic winter escape transforming into a desperate fight for survival against the implacable forces of nature. Retracing their steps proved to be as perilous as their initial advance. The darkness hid the treacherous patches, making each step a gamble. The icy wind whipped around them, adding to their misery and threatening to throw them off balance. The temperature plummeted, the cold seeping into their bones, numbing their limbs, sapping their energy. The rhythmic cracking of the ice continued, a constant, ominous reminder of the fragility of their situation. Each crack seemed to pierce the thin veil between them and the icy depths below, raising the specter of a watery grave. The fear of falling through the ice was a constant companion, a tangible pressure that weighed on their hearts and chilled their very souls. As they struggled onward, the wind howled a mournful cry, a macabre soundtrack to their plight. The darkness seemed to press in on them from all sides, a crushing blanket of despair. The stars, visible in the clear night sky, offered little solace, their icy light a cruel mockery of their desperate situation. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, they reached the point where they had first encountered the thin ice. They collapsed onto the slightly more stable ground, their bodies shivering, their spirits crushed. Exhausted, but alive, they looked back at the lake, its dark, still surface reflecting the stars like a million icy eyes. The beautiful, tranquil lake they had sought as refuge had nearly become their tomb. Their ordeal on the frozen lake had indelibly marked them, leaving them scarred, but alive, a testament to their resilience, their will to survive. The escape felt like a near miracle, a testament to their resolve in the face of a horrifying encounter with the unforgiving nature of thin ice. The memory of the treacherous surface, the relentless cold, and the constant threat of plunging into the icy depths would forever haunt them, a chilling reminder of their brush with death. The silence following their harrowing escape was thick, heavy with the weight of unspoken fear and the lingering chill that seeped into their bones despite the relative safety of the firmer ice. The rhythmic cracking, the constant companion of their ordeal, had faded into a low, almost imperceptible hum, yet its echo remained, a phantom sound in their ears. They huddled together, the warmth of their combined bodies offering little comfort against the biting wind. The stars, cold and distant, seemed to watch their suffering with indifferent curiosity. But it wasn't just the physical exhaustion and the lingering cold that weighed upon them. A deeper unease had settled, a creeping dread that went beyond the primal fear of death by freezing. There was a sense of being watched, of being observed by something unseen, something lurking beneath the deceptively calm surface of the frozen lake. It started subtly. A fleeting movement in the periphery, a ripple in the ice that seemed too deliberate, too purposeful to be explained by the wind or the shifting ice. Then came the sounds, faint, almost imperceptible whispers that seemed to emanate from the depths, like the muffled voices of the drowned. These sounds weren't easily dismissed as the creaking of the ice. They held a distinctly otherworldly quality, a haunting resonance that chilled them to the core. Liam, usually the stoic leader, found himself shivering uncontrollably, not from the cold alone, but from a deeper, primal fear. He looked at the lake, its dark surface now reflecting the stars with an almost sinister clarity. The icy expanse, once a symbol of their near demise, now seemed to hold something far more terrifying, a presence, a malevolent entity that resided in the cold, dark depths. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, whispered, "Did you hear that?" Her voice trembled, her eyes wide with a terror that transcended the physical threat of the ice. The others nodded, their faces reflecting a shared apprehension. The whispers, once faint, seemed to grow louder, more distinct, merging with the wind's mournful cry to create a symphony of dread. Mark, ever the pragmatist, attempted to rationalize their fear. "It's just the wind playing tricks on our ears," he said, his voice lacking its usual conviction. He didn't quite believe his own words. The sounds were too focused, too deliberate, too unnervingly close to be merely the product of the elements. Even Emily, usually the quiet observer, seemed to sense the abnormal. Her ankle, still throbbing with pain, was almost forgotten in the face of a more profound, more unsettling fear. As they struggled to their feet, preparing to leave the treacherous vicinity of the frozen lake, they saw it. A ripple, far larger than any they had witnessed before, spread across the ice, emanating from a single point near the center of the lake. The ice cracked, not with the familiar groan of shifting plates, but with a sharp, metallic sound, like the shattering of glass. From the depths rose a spectral, ethereal glow, an eerie luminescence that pulsed with a slow, rhythmic beat. The glow intensified, and a shape emerged from the depths, a vague, indistinct form that shifted and writhed in the icy water, its movements both graceful and terrifyingly unnatural. It was impossible to make out any specific features, yet the sheer presence of this entity radiated an unbearable sense of malevolence. It was as if the very coldness of the water itself had taken on a malevolent sentience, a conscious entity bent on destruction. Terror gripped them. They were not merely facing the brutal indifference of nature, they were confronted with something far more sinister, something beyond their comprehension, something that preyed upon their deepest fears and vulnerabilities. The primal fear of the unknown was intensified, compounded by their recent brush with death. The cold itself seemed to carry a weight, a burden of unspeakable evil. The creature, for it could be nothing else, remained submerged, its ethereal glow illuminating the icy surface, highlighting the dark cracks and fissures that crisscrossed the ice like a sinister roadmap. Yet, its presence was palpable, a chilling weight that pressed down upon them, constricting their chests and stealing the breath from their lungs. The spectral glow pulsed slowly, each beat accompanied by the unsettling whispers, now clear and distinct, as if the creature were communicating in a language that resonated deep within their souls. The cold, they realized, was more than just a physical sensation. It was a weapon, a tool used by this entity to chill them to the very marrow, to paralyze their fear, to make them vulnerable. The fear they felt was not merely a response to physical danger, it was a visceral recognition of something ancient, something deeply primal, something that transcended the boundaries of the mortal world. They turned and fled, their earlier fear of the ice dwarfed by the terror of the unseen being that lurked in the depths. The struggle to traverse the treacherous ice was renewed, this time fueled by a terrifying new urgency, the knowledge that they were not merely escaping death by hypothermia, but fleeing from a supernatural entity that seemed determined to claim them as its prey. Each crack in the ice echoed their own impending doom, every step a desperate gamble against time and against an enemy they could barely comprehend. The darkness intensified as they fought their way back towards safety, the stars seeming to mock them from their uncaring distance. Their earlier exhaustion was forgotten, replaced by adrenaline-fueled terror. Behind them, the spectral glow pulsed faintly, an ominous reminder of the horror they were leaving behind. They didn't dare to look back, didn't dare to pause. Their only focus was on escaping the frozen lake, on putting the distance between themselves and the chilling presence that had emerged from its depths. The whispers seemed to follow them, echoing in their ears, a constant, chilling reminder of the malevolent entity that had briefly revealed itself. The beauty of the winter landscape had transformed into a menacing scene, a silent witness to their terrifying encounter with the supernatural forces of the wilderness. The memory of the spectral glow, the eerie whispers, and the creature's chilling presence would haunt their dreams for years to come. Their ordeal on the frozen lake was no longer merely a struggle for survival against the elements. It was a harrowing encounter with a force that defied explanation, a reminder that the wilderness held terrors far beyond the physical, fears that dwelled in the deepest shadows, in the cold, dark depths of the frozen lake. The cold wasn't just a physical threat, it was a manifestation of the supernatural, a tangible presence that carried with it the weight of ancient evil. Reaching the relatively safe ground, the three survivors collapsed, gasping for breath, their hearts still pounding, their minds reeling from the experience. They could not speak, unable to articulate the horrific vision they had witnessed. The silence that followed was broken only by their shuddering breaths and the faint, lingering whispers, a macabre echo of their chilling encounter with the frozen lake's terrifying secret. The once idyllic winter escape had transformed into a terrifying descent into the heart of a supernatural nightmare, forever etching itself into their memories as a testament to the unknown horrors that lurk beneath the surface of the seemingly peaceful wilderness. The escape, they knew, was only the beginning of a far more profound journey, a journey into the depths of their own fear, a journey into the realm of the unknown. The memories would stay, each a fragment of a nightmare, a chilling reminder of their near encounter with a horror beyond their comprehension, a horror that had emerged from the icy depths of the frozen lake, a horror that would forever bind them to their shared trauma. The biting wind, a relentless tormentor, clawed at their exposed skin, seeping through the meager layers of their clothing. Hypothermia, a silent, insidious killer, began to claim them, its icy fingers tightening around their limbs, dulling their senses, and stealing the warmth from their very core. Their earlier adrenaline-fueled escape had waned, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion that threatened to overwhelm them. Each labored breath was a struggle, each step a monumental effort. The ground, a treacherous landscape of frozen earth and jagged ice, offered little respite. Their injuries, previously a secondary concern, now screamed in protest, adding to the symphony of pain and suffering. Liam, his usually sharp eyes clouded with fatigue and fear, stumbled, his weight momentarily shifting before Mark steadied him with a grunting effort. Sarah, her face ashen and drawn, struggled to keep pace, her breath shallow and ragged. Emily, her ankle throbbing with agonizing pain, limped behind, her courage faltering under the weight of the relentless cold and the lingering terror of their encounter with the lake's malevolent inhabitant. The landscape, once a source of beauty and escape, had become their enemy, a cruel and unforgiving mistress that tested their limits of endurance. Every shadow seemed to writhe with movement, every creak of the ice a phantom whisper of the unseen entity that haunted their minds. The stars, once a comforting presence in the vast expanse of the night sky, now seemed to mock their suffering, their cold, distant light a stark reminder of their isolation and vulnerability. Despair, a cold and insidious companion, began to creep into their hearts, a chilling whisper that eroded their hope. The fear of death, once a distant possibility, had become a tangible reality, a relentless predator stalking their every move. Their initial relief at having escaped the frozen lake was quickly replaced by a gnawing dread. The memory of the ethereal glow, the chilling whispers, the vague, terrifying shape that had emerged from the depths, these images played out in their minds like a horrifying film reel, repeating and intensifying with each passing moment. Their physical exhaustion mirrored their emotional depletion. The cold was no longer just a physical sensation. It was a tangible symbol of their despair, a physical manifestation of the fear that gripped them. The silence of the wilderness, once a balm for the soul, had become a suffocating blanket, amplifying their sense of isolation and loneliness. The wind's mournful cry seemed to echo their own inner turmoil, a constant reminder of their precarious situation. They stopped, huddled together for warmth, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Liam, despite his own suffering, attempted to offer words of encouragement, but his voice was weak, his words barely audible above the wind's relentless howl. He knew the truth, however, their physical condition was deteriorating rapidly, and hope, their only remaining lifeline, was rapidly fading. The darkness closed in, the cold pressing down upon them, crushing the last vestiges of their spirit. Mark, usually the voice of pragmatism and reason, found himself succumbing to despair. His usual resilience crumbled under the weight of the situation, the relentless cold, the gnawing hunger, and the lingering terror of the supernatural encounter. His attempts at maintaining their spirits were weak, his words failing to mask the growing fear that threatened to consume him. Sarah, despite her evident suffering, maintained a fragile strength, trying to keep the other's spirits alive. But even her unwavering spirit was tested to its limits. The constant pain in her legs, the chilling wind, and the overwhelming fear threatened to break her. Her quiet courage, a beacon of hope amidst the despair, was gradually fading, replaced by the cold grip of desperation. Emily, her injured ankle now numb from the cold, silently endured, her quiet strength a testament to her resilience. But the pain, both physical and emotional, was almost unbearable. She clung to the others, seeking strength in their shared struggle, finding a measure of comfort in their combined presence. The night wore on, an eternity of cold, fear, and despair. The land seemed to stretch endlessly before them, a frozen wasteland that offered no hope of rescue. Their bodies screamed in protest, their minds plagued by visions of the creature from the lake. The chilling whispers echoed in their ears, a constant reminder of the supernatural horror they had faced, a torment that fueled their despair. As the first faint light of dawn painted the eastern sky, a fragile glimmer of hope ignited within them. The growing light, although weak and distant, was a promise of warmth, a symbol of the world outside their current ordeal. They pressed on, their steps uncertain but resolute, spurred by the desperation of survival. Every step was a victory, a testament to their will to survive. But the hope was fragile, easily shattered by the harsh realities of their situation. The pain, exhaustion, and hunger were almost unbearable. The physical demands of the trek were compounded by the emotional and psychological trauma they had endured. They moved forward, driven by a primal instinct for survival, but their hearts were heavy with the weight of loss, the certainty that something irreplaceable had been taken from them that night, a loss far greater than physical discomfort. The chilling encounter on the frozen lake, they realized, had irrevocably altered them. The wilderness, once a place of solitude and escape, had become a cruel and unforgiving reminder of their mortality, of the terrifying power of the unknown, and the unbearable weight of desperation and loss. The landscape remained, a silent witness to their struggle, a chilling reminder of their journey into the heart of a supernatural nightmare. The silence that followed their escape from the frozen lake was now a stark contrast to the cacophony of their inner turmoil, a silence punctuated only by the rhythmic beat of their hearts, the heavy weight of their breaths, and the whispering memories of a terror that would forever haunt them. The first rays of dawn, weak and hesitant, struggled to pierce the oppressive gloom. They offered little warmth, a meager promise against the biting wind that continued its relentless assault. Liam, his face etched with fatigue and a profound weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion, stumbled again, his breath misting in the frigid air. Mark caught him, his own body trembling with the strain, the cold seeping into his bones, stealing the very warmth from his being. Sarah, her face pale and drawn, leaned heavily on Mark's arm, her legs numb and aching. Emily, her injured ankle a throbbing agony, dragged herself forward, her spirit flickering like a dying ember. They moved as one, a fragile unit bound by shared trauma and the desperate hope of survival. The landscape, a vast expanse of frozen wasteland, stretched before them, offering no solace, no respite. Each step was a victory, a testament to their will to endure, yet the crushing weight of their exhaustion was almost unbearable. The silence, broken only by the mournful whisper of the wind and the rasping of their labored breaths, amplified their isolation, transforming the vast, empty wilderness into a suffocating tomb. The memory of the lake, of the ethereal glow, the chilling whispers, and the terrifying shape that had emerged from the depths, clung to them like a shroud. It was more than just a physical encounter, it was a psychological assault, a violation of their deepest fears, a descent into a realm of primal terror that had irrevocably altered them. The wilderness, once a symbol of freedom and escape, had become a sinister entity, a malevolent force that tested their limits of endurance and mocked their fragile hope. As the sun climbed higher, casting a pale light upon the desolate landscape, the full extent of their predicament became clear. Their injuries, exacerbated by the cold and the relentless trek, screamed in protest. Hunger gnawed at their insides, a constant reminder of their dwindling strength. Their water supply, almost depleted, was frozen solid, an icy monument to their desperate situation. Hope, once a flickering flame, threatened to be extinguished entirely by the relentless onslaught of the elements and the lingering specter of their supernatural encounter. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous. The frozen ground, a treacherous mixture of ice and snow, offered little purchase, threatening to send them tumbling into the icy depths below. Each step required a Herculean effort, each misstep a potential catastrophe. The fear of falling, of succumbing to the icy embrace of the frozen earth, added another layer of terror to their already overwhelming ordeal. They pressed on, driven by an instinct for survival that transcended reason and logic. Their bodies screamed in protest, their minds battled against the waves of despair, but their will to live, fueled by an almost primal instinct, refused to yield. They clung to each other, their shared vulnerability a source of both comfort and despair, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of their ordeal. But the relentless cold began to claim its victims. Liam, his body failing him, collapsed, his breath shallow and weak. Mark, his own strength waning, knelt beside him, his face etched with despair and a profound sense of helplessness. Sarah and Emily, their own bodies numb and aching, watched in silent horror as the relentless cold threatened to steal their companion away. They knew, with a chilling certainty, that their escape was far from assured. The lake, the creature, the horrifying encounter, these were more than just memories, they were a part of them now, an indelible mark etched upon their souls. The landscape, the wind, the cold, these were no longer just elements of the natural world, they were agents of their suffering, instruments of their torment. Time seemed to stretch and distort, each moment an eternity, each passing hour a grueling test of endurance. The silence of the wilderness, once a source of peace, had become a suffocating blanket, amplifying their isolation and magnifying their fear. The wind, a relentless tormentor, whispered insidious lies in their ears, fueling their despair and eroding their hope. As darkness once again descended, casting long, ominous shadows across the desolate landscape, they huddled together for warmth, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The hope that had briefly flickered in the dawn had been extinguished by the harsh realities of their situation. They were exhausted, injured, hungry, and utterly alone in the face of a hostile wilderness that seemed determined to claim them as its own. The night was a torment, an endless cycle of cold, fear, and despair. Each shadow seemed to writhe with malevolent intent, each creak of the ice a phantom whisper of the unseen entity that haunted their minds. Their bodies were failing, their spirits were broken, and yet, they clung to life with a desperate tenacity. They were not simply survivors, they were warriors, battling not only against the elements but also against the psychological scars of their supernatural encounter. They were fighting for their lives, and they were fighting for their sanity. The dawn arrived, offering little respite, merely a brief reprieve before the cycle of suffering began anew. Their bodies were weak, their spirits depleted, their minds plagued by visions of the creature from the lake, its chilling whispers echoing in their ears. They moved forward, driven by an instinct that transcended their physical and mental exhaustion. But their escape from the frozen lake was not an ending, it was a new beginning, the start of an uncertain journey into a future forever haunted by the horrors of the wilderness and the chilling weight of their unresolved fate. The question of survival remained unanswered, hanging heavy in the air, leaving the reader with a lasting sense of unease and unresolved tension, a chilling testament to the power of nature's cruelty and the terrifying unknown that lurks just beyond the edge of civilization. The ambiguity of their situation, the lingering uncertainty of their survival, left a lingering chill that went beyond the physical cold, a lingering dread that settled deep within the reader's soul. A perfect encapsulation of the psychological horror at the heart of the wilderness. Their story, incomplete, left a lingering sense of unease, an unanswered question mark that would resonate long after the last page had been turned, a testament to the enduring power of unresolved tension and the lingering dread that only the unknown can inspire.
If you've made it this far, you've heard the whispers. The static doesn't lie. If something felt too close tonight, it probably was. Subscribe for more tales that reach through the dark. Drop a comment below. What time is it right now where you are? And who's watching with you?